900-9128. And the Zoom meeting ID is 991-9861-0598. Passcode 92832. Then press the pound sign. When prompted to enter a participation ID number, press pound sign again. If participants would like to make a comment, they would enter *9 when I call for comment on that item. City staff will be notified and you'll be in the rotation to make a public comment. A staff member will call out your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and you will have 3 minutes to speak on the item. Please remember to state your name for the record. The City Council rules of procedure state that members of the public may only speak one time during public comments and on each agenda item. Those wishing to address City Council in person must register to speak on each item at the front counter. Please be sure to register in plenty of time for your name to be called. For those in attendance, please sit only in designated open seats and wear your masks at all times. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Whitaker.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap.
Here.
Councilmember Jung.
Present.
Councilmember Silva.
Here.
Councilmember Zara.
Here.
We will now at this time hear public comment on closed session items. Any members of the public wishing to address the City Council, please do so. There is a delay on the broadcast of this meeting, so we're just allowing any callers an opportunity.
Lori, do we have any callers?
Yes, we do.
Okay. So we have no one here physically, but we may have a caller.
Yeah, go ahead with the Zoom calls.
Sure.
Danielle Wilson, please unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, Mayor Whitaker, honorable council members and staff. My name is Danielle Wilson, and I'm speaking on behalf of Unite Here Local 11. I appreciate the council's years of work to ensure proper regulations of short-term rentals, and we think that the ordinance is almost there. We recommend that the council make further amendments to minimize potential environmental impacts on housing and noise. Should the council need further time to deliberate, we would respectfully request a modest time extension to work out the details. I just want to make sure that I emphasize the practical reality for
Right, we need more volume. None of us are able to hear.
If the caller could please speak louder, we're as loud as we can get in the council chambers without feedback.
Oh, I'm sorry. Should I start over? Or?
Please.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. How is this now?
That's much better.
Okay, wonderful. Good afternoon, Mayor Whitaker, honorable council members and staff. My name is Danielle Wilson, and I'm speaking on behalf of Unite Here Local 11. I just want to say I appreciate the council's years of work to ensure proper regulations of short-term rentals, which I believe you may be discussing in your closed session today. And we think that the ordinance is almost there. Though per our correspondence with the city, we recommend that the council make further amendments to minimize potential environmental impacts on housing and noise. And should the council need further time to deliberate, we would respectfully request a modest time extension to work out those details. I just want to make sure I emphasize the practical reality for hosts that may become out of compliance should the city adopt our recommendations. We maintain that the short-term rentals in residential zones were not permitted prior to the adoption of this ordinance. And therefore, should the city agree to amend the adopted ordinance with our recommendations, we do not believe any subsequently non-compliant host would have standing to challenge the city. A 1-year amortization period for such hosts to come into compliance with the law is more than adequate. These hosts would have an entire year to merely change their business model from a whole home rental, which takes units off the market, to a hosted rental, which would still be profitable. We know this is a council that cares about housing, and we implore you to amend your short-term rental regulations to further protect your existing housing stock. Thank you.
Lori, do we have any other speakers?
We do not.
Thank you.
We will now recess to closed session to discuss closed session items, including item number 1, real property negotiation for 1600 West Commonwealth Avenue, Fullerton, California. Agency negotiator, City Manager Kenneth A. Domer. Item number 3, conference with labor negotiator with agency representatives, Kenneth Domer, Ellis Chang, and Jay Treneman. Item X, unnumbered item. The circumstances related to the anticipated litigation are the Fullerton Transportation Center's compliance with Title II of the Americans with Disabilities Act and the U.S. Department of Transportation regulations and the Department of Justice's investigation thereof. So with that, if there's certainly, we can do that before we recess.
Okay, we're ready for the next callers.
Jonah Breslaw, please unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Jonah Breslau. I work at the Los Angeles Alliance for a New Economy, which is an organization dedicated to supporting good jobs and healthy communities. First of all, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, fantastic. Thanks so much. Thank you for all your work. I have spoken before the council previously also about short-term rentals, and I understand that there may be some discussion about it in closed session. And I agree with Danielle Wilson of Unite Here Local 11. I thank you again for all your work on this. It is a complex issue, and we are very glad to see the council moving forward to help protect housing and communities. But we still do hope that the council will take action to remediate the environmental impacts of the proposed short-term rental legislation and take into account the impacts on existing housing, on noise, and on land use consistency. These issues are of tremendous importance, and as you have heard from many speakers in past hearings, issues that affect people's quality of life and the affordability of housing in our communities. So please keep these environmental impacts in mind and take that into consideration as you move forward. Thank you so much. Take care.
And next caller.
Caller ending in 629, please unmute yourself. You can press *6.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon. I'm calling in to speak on items 5, 8, and 9. My name is Janine Maldonado. I have worked at the Anaheim Convention Center as a banquet server in the catering department for almost 30 years. I've been laid off due to COVID-19. I'm struggling to pay rent, at risk of getting evicted, just like many of my almost 1,000 coworkers. Asking that you please approve strong short-term rental regulations. Every unit of housing that we lose to short-term rentals to be used to house a working family like mine. Our industry has been absolutely destroyed by this pandemic. I'm trying to get back to work safely to build the industry back. And I'm asking for myself and countless others that have devoted many years to the success of the businesses here in and around the resort area, that you please do not allow more homes to be turned into tourist rentals. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, are there any further?
Do we have any more callers?
There are no more Zoom callers.
With that, if there's no comment by the council, we will now recess to closed session to discuss these closed session items. I'd like to call to order this regular session of the Fullerton City Council successor agency, the regular meeting open public session on February 16th, 2021. And with calling the meeting to order, I just need to provide a little information for those calling from home, those who want to participate remotely with this meeting. The primary way to provide your testimony to the council to make your points is via telephone. And for those wishing to speak via telephone, can call 1-669-900-9128 and enter Zoom meeting ID, and the number has changed. It's 937-9518-8024. This information should be available on the agenda, the posted agenda, if you need to refer to that. Once you punch in those numbers, then press the pound sign. When prompted to enter a participation ID number, press pound sign again. If participants would like to make a comment, you will enter a *9. And when I call for comment on that item, please do that. City staff will be notified and you will be in the rotation to make a public comment. For those wishing to speak on this item via Zoom, please utilize the raise hand feature on your computer, smartphone, or tablet to notify city staff to include you in the rotation. We will invite public comment at the appropriate time here in person in the chamber, and as I said, primarily via telephone. Those wishing to address City Council in person must register to speak on each item at the front counter. Please be sure to register in plenty of time for your name to be called. For those in attendance, please sit only in designated open seats and wear your masks at all times. The City Council rules of procedure state that members of the public may only speak one time during public comments on each agenda item. And with that, Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Mayor Whitaker?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap?
Here.
Councilmember Jung?
Present.
Councilmember Silva?
Here.
Councilmember Zara?
Here.
For the invocation this evening, we're pleased to have Pastor Teddy Omandi, Friends Church Fullerton. Please provide the invocation, sir.
Another pastor here, though.
We will accept a late volunteer in this case. Mm-hmm. We'll provide a minute or two for you to be able to prepare, sir, but please, do you want to explain what your activities are?
Yes. That I'm here to speak on behalf of the citizens and also our church members against the sales of marijuana in our community, because it brings such vulnerability, especially to our young children. I myself, I'm here with my wife. I do have 4 children. A couple of them are in elementary, and one is in junior high and high school. And also within our ministry, we have over 1,000 children and youth. And we are very thankful for our city, for our councilmen, to maintain our city very safe. But if we allow this sales of marijuana, it becomes much more vulnerable to our children, to our youth, especially when they are so susceptible to all kinds of addictions and so forth.
Well, Pastor, we certainly appreciate you being here to seek the assistance of the great authority in terms of helping us carry out a successful meeting. So please, with the invocation.
So I can continue?
Yes.
Oh, pray.
Right.
Okay.
Yes, that's what...
Oh, that was why I was called. I'm so sorry.
Right.
I already signed my name to speak on behalf of
you'll get an opportunity a little bit later.
Okay.
But this you're doing on behalf of everyone here,
Okay,
and we appreciate
this
it.
is the first time doing this, so
I'm sorry if I was unclear.
Thank you. Dear Father, we thank you so much for your grace and your mercy, Father. As humans, as a people, as much as we want to serve the people in our cities and our citizens, that we recognize our fragility, our weakness. So we rely upon your own strength and your guidance and your grace and your love, and especially over our city of Fullerton. And also I ask you to bless our mayor and also our councilman. Would you help them to lead and serve these people with a wisdom and discernment and with a enormous leadership, Father. And also in this meeting, we ask you to be present in the midst of us. And as we seek your grace and your guidance, may your will be done from this meeting. And we thank you so much, and we pray all these things in the name of Jesus. Amen. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pastor. Appreciate that. Would you now please stand to recite the Pledge of Allegiance? And I've asked Councilmember Silva to lead. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Great. Thanks. Mr. City Attorney, do we have a closed session report this evening?
There's nothing to report this evening.
Great. I would ask at this time then for any ex parte communications or reports from individual council members. Gentlemen, anything to declare? All right. And I have now a presentation which is for outgoing board, commission, and committee member recognition. And the council really depends on the advisory capabilities of most of our boards and commissions in the city. The departing members, I'm going to go through and call out their names and the name of the committee. But all of these committees are advisory in nature, with the exception of the Planning Commission, which is determinative in many cases. What we'd like to do is thank the volunteers who, I'll be calling their names, who have provided that support, some for many years, to this council and previous councils. On the Active Transportation Committee, Joel Maus, M-A-U-S, and Kristen Jasko, and they're departing that committee. On Community Development Citizens Committee, Chris Thompson, who now has moved to the Planning Commission, and Shauna Charles. The Infrastructure and Natural Resources Advisory Committee, Damian Lloyd, who now has moved to Parks and Recreation Commission, and Thad Sanford. Investment Advisory Committee, Stan Lusick. That's so much better. I'll go to the screen. Library Board of Trustees, Carl Byers and Josh Dale. Parks and Recreation Commission, Gretchen Cox and Michael Savage. Planning Commission, Chris Garter and Kathleen Shanfield. Transportation and Circulation Commission is Amy Kurstad and Kenneth Fuller. Wow. So we appreciate all those efforts that those individuals provided, some of them, as I said, for many years. So a big thank you from myself and the other members of the council on that. And with that presentation, these are unusual times when we have presentations like that. We are prepared for public comments. So for the regular session, we would invite members of the public to provide their comments at this time. These comments need to be on items that are not appearing on this evening's agenda, and I would ask those commenters to be civil and to abide by good rules of conduct. We all understand what those are. And please address those comments to the council members. Each speaker will have up to 3 minutes to speak. It's going to be a little bit dependent on how many speakers we have. Madam Clerk?
As of right now, there are 3 speakers signed up to speak in person.
Okay. Then we shall proceed with that.
And those speakers are Maureen Milton, Alma Chavez, and Blandy Morales. And whoever is closest to the mic can go ahead and start. And the rest of you can line up at the microphone. Socially distanced, please.
Actually, I guess I didn't have a thing for that. Is it okay to still?
Mm-hmm. Welcome. Good evening.
Good evening. Let's see. Hello? I don't know. Is it on? Can you hear me? Okay. Maureen, thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. Maureen Flynn Becerra, citizen of Fullerton. And for tonight's public comment, I just wanted to propose that National Police Recognition Week is May 9th through the 15th this year. And I'd like to see if there'd be consideration to possibly fly a flag in recognition and in support of our police department. And for the officers, we had 2 officers killed in the line of duty, Tommy De La Rosa and Jerry Hatch. And to support our police department, to honor those that have lost their lives, nationally and as well as for Fullerton. So I have some history. It was started in 1962 by President Kennedy. And I've got some information. And if the council or the city would approve it at some point, I'd be happy to make a donation of the flag that we could fly at I guess at the the flagpole here at City Hall. So that's it. But I made a copies for everybody. Could I present it to the?
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you for your comments and suggestion. Okay. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Blandy Morales. I'm a community organizer with OCO and also a resident of Fullerton. I also congregate here at St. Mary's across the street. As a faith leader, I'm here today to ask you to come up with a solution regarding the RVs that want to be displaced and removed. These people and our families are being pressured to leave with nowhere to go. We have a moral commitment to stand with folks affected by the lack of affordable housing and provide a solution before displacing them. This issue would have probably been less of a problem when we had the safe parking program a few months ago, but now we don't have that. We should have a solution before moving them and maybe come up with possible solutions through the housing element process. I look forward working alongside with you all and creating a housing system that centers dignity for all Fullerton residents. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there someone to adjust the microphone? Oh.
Thank you, dear.
You're welcome.
And you can pull out deal for me. Like I usually do. Thank you. Good evening, Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, good evening.
It's good to be back. I like watching it on TV, but it's much better to be here. I have 3 questions to ask you. Number 1, is it possible to have, if the organization that collects the batteries, can you have a collector outside the door so we can bring our old batteries here and to drop them off if the organization still collects them under the circumstances? The other one is the fact, can you have a card caddy with your schedule, with the council, with the city schedule on it outside, so we don't have to come in to get that? The other one is Mayor Whitaker, I would love to have an appointment with you because I have some ideas regarding the Tommy Lasorda. What would you call it? A statue or whatever? Mm-hmm. The idea. I have some ideas on that one. I'd love to make an appointment with you. And who has jurisdiction over the parking lot at Ralph's up on Harbor Boulevard? Is that a city entity or is that considered private property? Because I need to contact them about the situation in the parking lot. So, but I need to know who to contact. So I thank you so very much, and I hope everyone is well and safe. Oh, one other thing, Councilman Dunlap, I would like to make an appointment with you also because I have a bone to pick with you that I've wanted to pick for many years, but I didn't know who to pick it with. I've been going the wrong direction. So I'd like to talk with you about a situation also. And thank you so much for allowing me to speak, and it's good to be back in the chambers again. Hope everyone is safe and continues to have a good year. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll make those appointments.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Muy buenas tardes. Solo unas palabras para los que van a ocupar interpretación desde ahorita para adelante. Just a couple of instructions for anyone who would need interpreting. Favor de hablar como 2-3 oraciones a la vez. Y si ocupa interpretación alguien más, solo puede levantar la mano y estoy al pendiente. Okay.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Alma Chávez, soy una líder comunitaria en la organización de OCO y me congrego en Santa María.
Hello and good evening. My name is Alma Chavez and I am a community leader in OCO and I congregate in St. Mary or Santa María.
Buenas tardes, Mayor Whitaker, and welcome. Buenas tardes al Mayor Whitaker y bienvenidos a los nuevos concejales.
Good evening to Mayor Whitaker and welcome to the new council members.
Hoy estoy aquí para, como líder de la comunidad, para pedir que una solución para las personas que van a ser desalojadas de las motorhomes.
And I'm coming as a community leader to be able to ask for a solution today for motorhome individuals who are at risk of being displaced.
Que tengan una proposición antes de que sean desalojados para bienestar de las personas que van a ser desalojadas.
That there could be a proposition for something to be done before eviction happening for the well-being of those who are at risk of eviction.
Y otra petición que traía hacia ustedes.
And then another petition that I come asking you for.
me gustaría que se tomara en cuenta la flecha de la Orange Store y la Highland.
The Orange, Thorpe, and Highland turn signal, I would like that to be taken into account.
El 21 de noviembre fui atropellada por un carro a las 11 de la mañana.
At 11 in the morning on 21st of November, I was run over by a car.
Estaba esperando la flecha, la persona para dar vuelta a la izquierda y yo iba cruzando sobre la Highland.
The person was waiting for a light to turn left, and then I was crossing on Highland.
Y fue como fui atropellada. Esta calle ha sido escenario de muchos atropellamientos.
And that's how I was run over, and this is an area where there's a lot of pedestrians that are hit.
Tengo conocidos que sus hijos han sido atropellados cuando van cruzando la calle con sus padres y uno quedó con que no puede caminar y otro que está con deficiencias en sus movimientos motores. Y siento que es algo que podemos poner atención porque es cada 3 días o seguido hay accidentes en esta intersección.
And this is something that there are several individuals that have been hit. This is something that happens often where there's children walking with their parents. And there's one individual that I know who has a lot of difficulty walking as a result of being run over, and someone else that has deficiencies in their ability or their motor abilities. So this is something we need to pay attention to every 3 days or so. Very often there are accidents where individuals are hit.
La luz, el molnito sobre la Orange Store dura mucho, pero cuando vas a cruzar sobre la Highland, cruzando la Orange Store sobre la Highland, el tiempo es bien corto, los carros siempre van deprisa, ha habido muchos accidentes ahí, entonces hoy vengo a suplicarles muy atentamente que pongan un poco de atención en esa esquina. No queremos que haya más accidentes fatales que pueda afectar a nuestra comunidad. Muchas gracias por su tiempo y por dejarme participar en esta meeting.
So, with regards to on Highland, it takes a long time for that light to change, or rather, on Orange Thorpe, it takes a long time. But on Highland, it's a shorter amount of time, and the cars are in a hurry. And so they often going at a fast speed. And so I come to beg you to please pay attention to this. So we want to be able to prevent more fatal accidents from occurring and harming our community. So I thank you so much for the opportunity of being able to share with you and taking this into account.
Thank you. I have just one question for clarity. It sounds like that would be from Commonwealth going southbound then on Highland?
Solo para aclarar una pregunta, ¿eso es de Commonwealth yendo hacia el sur en Highland?
De la manera que yo fui atropellada, yo estaba cruzando de Target to Winneslizas sobre la Highland. El conductor
and the interpreter is just going to ask for repetition. I didn't hear. No escuché claramente. ¿Podría decir otra vez, por favor?
Estaba cruzando de los parqueaderos de Target hacia el parqueadero de Winneslizas cuando el carro dio vuelta a la izquierda.
I was crossing from the parking lot from Target to the parking lot. Another area, the interpreter didn't hear or understand what it was, but when the car turned to the left.
Y estuve 4 días en el hospital, se me quebraron 2 costillas, mi mano izquierda y el dedo gordo de mi pie, entonces fue algo serio.
So I was in the hospital 4 days, 2 ribs broken, and then the toe of my left hand and also my big toe, so it was something serious.
We will look into the record, at those intersections at Orangethorpe and then also Highland.
Vamos a ver los informes de esa intersección de Orangethorpe y Highland, entonces.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Okay. Yes, we're ready for that.
And we are ready for Zoom comments.
We have 5 Zoom callers. Jane Reifer, please unmute yourself.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. The public needs your help to come up with a better process with a problem that we've been noticing. Most recently, there were 2 examples of commissions who do not get a chance to discuss items before they go out to RFP. This recently came up twice at Parks and Rec. 2 RFPs went out with no commission input, and it just seems like they should have the opportunity to discuss things so they could add into the scope of work or discuss policy issues, alert the public to the fact that this is being discussed. I feel otherwise it short circuits the whole process. The 2 examples are the Parks Master Plan. Came to Parks and Rec the other day to approve a consultant, but the commission never knew there was a Parks Master Plan, never saw the RFP, didn't see who the respondents were. There was no scoring criteria, no review, et cetera, et cetera. There was a new arts component that was added that was also never mentioned. So they're being asked to approve a selection when they had no part in drawing up a Parks Master Plan, which seems like a major document. Same thing with the leasing of the parks and community buildings. And now the tennis court has been added to it, the tennis center. Again, it went out to RFB and RFP without getting commissioner or public input. I know it'll eventually come to you, and people will say, oh, the public had a chance to discuss it, but that will not be accurate at that point. The decisions have been made, and even respondents have been chosen, and the committees were not involved. So if something can be done with that, the committees will have more reasons to meet, and your meetings will be shorter. So that'll be great. My next section is on public input. As the city switches to Zoom, that's great, but other issues of public input are not getting resolved. In fact, some of them are going in the wrong direction. Parks and Rec would not read public e-comments last time, and they were scheduled to be read, as far as I understand. It was asked if there were any, and the commissioners were told no, there wasn't, but there were. So I'd like to know who gets to choose whether an e-comment is announced as existing to a commission. Also at the library, the rights for the public to comment on reports have been reversed. The public is now being asked to give comments before verbal staff reports are being read. That's obviously impossible. And I would like to know who I can work with or who the public can work with to get this resolved. Lastly, I'd like to, on the consent calendar, can I remove item 1, please? But please, who is the proper person, or who can we speak with to get these public process and public comment issues resolved? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take that under advisement and get an answer back to you. Yes, Madam Clerk.
Caller with a phone number ending in 6037, please press *6 to unmute yourself and speak loudly, please. Caller ending in 6037, please press *6 to unmute.
Hi, do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
We're good.
Good evening, Mayor Whitaker and members of council. Carolina Rojas here, just calling to say hello on behalf of the office of Congresswoman Young Kim. She's the representative of the city of Fullerton in the 39th Congressional District. I just wanted to take a moment to share that some good news that recently she was assigned to the House Committees on Foreign Affairs, Small Business, and Science, Space, and Technology. And she is working with the Problem Solvers Caucus, a bipartisan group of legislators, to provide funding for vaccines and supplies to district communities impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. So as her field representative, I just wanted to take a moment to encourage members of the community to contact our office if they need assistance with district or federal issues. You can either visit the Congresswoman's webpage at youngkim.house.gov, or you can also give us a call at 202-225-4111. Thank you very much, and that's all for me.
Thank you for the information to access. Appreciate that.
Caller ending in 9894. Please press *6 to unmute yourself and please speak loudly. Caller ending in 9894.
Hello? Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Diane Venna, a longtime resident of Fullerton. On February 14th, the Los Angeles Times ran a very disturbing investigative article about the longstanding and continuing systemic sexual harassment and discrimination in the workplace at the Metropolitan Water District, of which Fullerton is a member. I emailed to each of you a link to this article, and I ask that you read it. In it, the stories of many women over many years' time are told, including how reporting of the harassment resulted in unfair treatment and unsatisfactory results, in not holding the perpetrators adequately accountable nor stopping it. 3 board directors called for an independent investigation to report to the board, including Adon Ortega, who represented Fullerton. As all 3 have since been removed from the board, it is extremely important that this issue not die, but be dealt with by an independent investigation to its completion and findings. This needs to be supported by all member agencies and their representative directors in order to hold those responsible accountable and to make the necessary reforms to end these horrible practices. I thank our previous director, Adon Ortega, for calling for this investigation, and I ask that our new director, Councilmember Jung, who replaced Adon Ortega as Fullerton's representative director on the MWD board, to continue this call for an independent investigation and to do all that you can to see that it is carried out. And Councilmember Jung, I want to thank you for replying back to me to communicate that you had already spoken to the MWD chairwoman regarding this, and that you look forward to an independent investigation and enacting reforms based on that. The Times quoted the board's chairwoman stating, "The outside firm will conduct an independent review of allegations of systemic equal employment opportunity related discrimination, harassment, and retaliation, and related concerns. That review is proceeding and we await the results. I ask that Fullerton, as a member agency, especially support or explicitly support this independent investigation into the systemic sexual harassment and discrimination in the workplace at MWD, and also the needed reforms to end these practices. Please agendize this issue in order to consider and take action to give this explicit support. My hope is that all member agencies will join Fullerton in doing this, sending a strong, united message to those who have already endured so much and to everyone that sexual harassment, discrimination, bullying, and retaliation will never be tolerated going forward."
And that's your 3 minutes.
And, thank you for your comments, and thank you, Councilmember Jung. Appreciate your follow-up on that as well.
David Duran, please unmute yourself and speak loudly, please. David Duran, please unmute. Okay, we will move on. Bernard O, please unmute.
We're good. Thank you. I'll read this one. I am going to read this one because Bernard needs some accommodation with the Zoom. And Bernard says, Councilmember Jung, last meeting you said that you don't care if our city's employees leave. You obviously don't care about our city having the best and the most capable talent and are okay with mediocrity. It is this mentality that got us where we are. We need experts, not weekend hobbyists. And that is Bernard's comment.
Schwartz Bruder, please unmute and speak loudly.
Got it. Can you hear me?
Good evening. Yes.
Good evening. Thank you for taking the time to allow us the forum to converse. I would like to start by first congratulating you guys in the step towards the right direction with Project Hope. It's good to see that the council members and the other people are taking the considerations to address the homeless problems and the mentally ill issue in the, not just the city, but the, the country, the state we live in. Just, it's a really sad day when a lot of these confrontations with a lot of these people end in shootings as opposed to people getting the right help they need and deserve, And so for that, I just want to say I think it's a great choice the city's made to start Project Hope. That being said, I've come here the last two meetings regarding the Fullerton homeless shelter that likes to call itself the Fullerton Navigation Center. Their motto being breaking the cycle of homelessness, but as a lot of the people there that I viewed as survivors like to joke was they break homeless people. They are very apathetic. I'm not here to turn this into a he said, she said claim thing, but I just want to find out, disregarding any sort of litigation conversation, has there been any follow-up regarding I pleaded the first meeting for an oversight committee. I know Judge Carter had a hand in this for having the prerequisite for a certain percentage of the shelters being filled to be able to get the anti-camping ordinance in place. I just want to see if there's any follow-up on that, who's looked into it. I actually contacted, funny enough, Congressman Young Kim about this, so it's good to hear that her representatives here, or at least someone from the field, because she got back to me regarding looking into that, so I want to know if they contacted you guys yet about that, or if you guys have conversed with them about that as well. I'm just trying to get follow-up because I think the donors, the citizens, the residents of Fullerton, and those even traveling through as guests deserve better than what the Fullerton Navigation Center offers. I'll keep it short, simple, unlike the other times. If I could hear back the last two times, I know I was told litigation gets no comment, but I don't want to talk about litigation. I just want to hear if there's been any steps taken towards investigating or looking into the Illumination Foundation's operating motive. And that is all. Thank you.
Thank you.
David Duran, please unmute and speak loudly.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, I had technical difficulties before. So I'd like to make comment regarding the motorhome parking, safe parking. It is sad that in this county and in this city that enough understanding wouldn't come forward to realize that people need help, be they on the streets or frankly forced to live in their motorhome. I'm quite confident that the city would be wise to decide to possibly reinstate safe parking or to avoid making a law that would certainly lose in court, that would prohibit RVs parking on the streets. I'm quite certain that the population, the taxpayers, would not want their money spent on a losing suit, should that come to pass. And I'm sure that a wiser thought to go ahead and create some sort of area or to allow people to stay. There's already laws on the books, as you well know, the 72-hour parking or people who don't have maybe registration or things of that sort that would help to resolve some of the issues. But to create more burden for people who are suffering from poverty is unconscionable, in my belief. So I'm hoping that this council gives serious consideration to not moving forward with a ban on motorhomes, because I'm also quite certain that the media will get this story. Council members will be identified by their vote. And do you guys really need that? Does this city really need all of that? Should you move forward to restrict motorhomes? What would be next? To maybe go back into time and turn Fullerton into a sunset town and not allow blacks to be on the street? I'm being a little facetious, but really, the motorhomes, provided they're licensed and registered, have paid taxes to be on that street.
And that's your 3 minutes.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Next speaker.
This is the last speaker. Kent Morris, please unmute and speak loudly. Kent Morris, please unmute.
Hi. Hi, members of the City Council. My name is Kent Morris. This question is actually directed toward the representative from Young Kim's office. I'm wondering when her local office is going to be established, because from my experience from calling her Washington, D.C. office, it's extremely hard to get in touch with a staff member. So I'd really appreciate when that local office is going to be established, because I think it would be easier to get in touch with her office. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. And I just want to be sure that we aren't cutting anyone off here.
We have no more Zoom callers.
Okay, thank you. And with that, I will bring the conversation back to our city manager, who, if he cares to address some of the issues that were posed, we could hear from at this time.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. Real quick, I know that Congresswoman Young Kim has a Placentia district office. It's at 701 West Kimberly Avenue, Suite 245. I do not have a phone number, though, but that I just got off her website. So that was the easy one. Excuse me. On the RV parking, just so the public knows, the city of Fullerton, under the leadership of the city council, has taken a very proactive stance and has been a leader in providing affordable options for homeless persons. We were the first city in all of Orange County to have the safe parking program. The city council twice extended that time frame during the CARES or during the COVID pandemic. It is now not operating anymore. We are trying to use what we learned to provide that information both to the county to see if there's some type of regional approach that other cities can participate in, or even make it local, partner with the faith-based churches, see if they're willing to, allow some folks on their properties, spread the costs around. One of the issues, we had more vehicles than RVs. A lot of the time is because those folks in the RVs were not Fullerton residents, and you do need strong ties. We, excuse me, did not want to attract people because we do have enough folks here that we are trying to take care of. So, But the RV parking ordinance that was enacted by the City Council in the last year is constitutional. It is actually less strict than many of the cities around us. That is one reason why we do see a lot of RVs, is because they have come over from Anaheim. We do enforce for registration, the 72-hour issue, and other events like that. But I do ask people to drive by Walnut by the Amtrak station, or Valencia between State College and Acacia, and take a look. It would be helpful if those people who were living in the RVs and parking there also, understood that they're part of the community at that point and picked up trash, did other things like that. I think that would be very helpful. But we do look to eventually enforce. We are meeting with the plaintiff's lawyers through the Orange County lawsuit, and we'll be working with them through some issues before we can start enforcing. So I just wanted to reiterate that leadership that the city has been taking in a lot of homeless issues. With regard to the oversight committee at the private shelter, the Illumination Foundation shelter, there is not an oversight committee. We do check in with them regularly. I do know that they were part of a lawsuit a long time ago, but they were dismissed from it, and it was for a different facility, not the one that is here and located in Fullerton. So. As far as Maureen, we will contact you, because I do believe we have the property manager for the Ralph's parking lot. It is a private parking lot. It is not city facilitated, but we'll get you that information so you can contact somebody there. And that is it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you,
Mr. Mayor. May
Okay.
I just had a quick follow-up to the city
Go ahead.
manager, if
Sure.
you don't mind. On the safe parking, do we have a timeline established as far as when we might see some progress? And then the other question is on the Highland and Orangethorpe signals. Do you think we can do a study there on accidents and then come back with a report on it?
Yes, actually, I'll take that one first. So I will check with our senior traffic engineering analyst, Dave Langstaff, in our Public Works Department. If he doesn't know the information right off the top of his head, he'll have it for the accident data for that area. So we can pull that and provide it in a separate memo to City Council to answer that. And then on the safe parking, we have been reaching out to other cities and to the county. The issue is that overall, even though it's a cheaper alternative than building a shelter, the statistics really didn't show that people got out and got into better housing. So I think that's one of the drawbacks on it is those who are residing in their RVs prefer to live in their RVs and were a little bit more reluctant to take some of the services that were being offered, though safe parking, again, is a good option, and hopefully some of those folks, as we initially introduced it to the city, they have a income, they have a car that they can get places, they just needed a safe place to park and connecting them with services. But again, as far as the RVs, we do understand it's a problem, and we continue to work with all the partners at the county and other cities in the North SPA, the North Service Planning Area, to try to address the issue. So, but no timeline at this time.
And, Councilmember Jung, I'm sorry.
Are we doing council comments?
We would come to council reports next. Would you like to lead off?
If you don't mind.
Sure.
Good evening, Mayor, Mr. Mayor, and Council. I'd like to wish everyone here and watching a happy Lunar New Year. This year marks the year of the ox, virtues of which include loyalty, friendship, trustworthiness, reliability, and a calming strength. This past year also marked an alarming increase in hate crimes against Asian Americans, the elderly in particular. It had me thinking of a day that I spent in junior high school. My teacher rolled a television into the classroom to show the launch of the Space Shuttle Challenger. On board the Space Shuttle was the first civilian, a school teacher named Krista McAuliffe. I remember it being really important to my teacher at the time. I grew up in Downey, and Downey had a very special relationship, one that was very direct with the assembly of the Space Shuttle, so I knew it was important to our community as well. But the Challenger flight was particularly important to me because also on board was a mission specialist by the name of Ellison Onizuka, a Japanese-American astronaut. This was his second flight into space. He had gone up once before with the Space Shuttle Discovery. So when the shuttle exploded less than a minute and a half into its flight and all the crew and members had perished, I remember this overwhelming feeling of sadness because Asian American representation in America, exploration of space at the time was non-existent prior to astronaut Onizuka. It meant something to me personally that a man who looked like me was a member of this historic crew. I can recall the sense of overwhelming pride that it gave me, and I'm reminded of all this now because these attacks against Asian Americans is an attack on all of us, whether we look like astronaut Onizuka or not. And I recognize it is uncomfortable for us to speak about, but I call on all of us this evening to recognize our common humanity and continue to reject these violent acts. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Council Member. Mayor Pro Tem? Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess in lieu of maybe a statement tonight, I just have a few comments or questions. I was hoping to get maybe some clarification from the city manager. Specifically, we've had, and I think it was reported in the public comments earlier, it seems there's been some issues with, I think, the commission meetings here at the city. And, we've had, obviously the council now is back, and fortunately we're able to have attendees here with us tonight in addition to Zoom. I wanted to get an update on when our commissions will be able to meet in person as opposed to on Zoom, because I know this is something that's concerning to commissioners. I've had commissioners that have raised this concern to me. They feel like they could do better work and they can be more collaborative by meeting in person. So I'd like to get an update and maybe perhaps an indication as to why we're able to do that as a council but not as a commission, or not at the commission level. One other question I had, is maybe an estimate on when the library will be fully open and accessible. I know it's, I think, part-time now, and you can, reserve books and pick them up, but would like to know when we will have the library back open again. And then also was hoping you could potentially provide some information, to clarify some of the misinformation I know that I've seen circulating online and others have shared with me as well, related to this rumored sale of City Hall. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Zara?
I just want to wish everyone a happy lunar year and hope it's a good year for everyone and a healthy year. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Silva?
Yes, and I also want to wish everyone a happy lunar good year and hope everyone's doing well. And just on another note, in terms of the vaccination, I know there some individuals, residents, are having trouble registering to get a vaccine if they wish to do so. But the Assemblywoman Quirk Silva's office will gladly try and help you register, get an appointment to get a vaccine if you wish to do so. And if you call her office at 714-525-6515, again, 714-525-6515, they might be able to help you sign up, register, or get you help you get a vaccination appointment. And with that, everyone have a good. Let's be safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. For this evening, I have a few items, and one is it was mentioned already. Chinese New Year over this past weekend, the Year of the Ox. So we look forward to celebrating. I have many friends who celebrate this for the entire month. Earlier this month, we had this entire council participated in the dedication of Pearl Park. And Pearl Park is a new, smaller park that the city has purchased and dedicated for the benefit of the Gems District over in the far east part of our city. It's an area that has few recreational opportunities for the people who live up and down those streets, which we refer to as the Gems neighborhood, Ruby and Sapphire and Pearl, Cameo, all these streets which are named after semi-precious or precious stones. It was really wonderful to see the children out there enjoying themselves with a basketball court and with areas to climb on and to just be kids. It was a very nice day on that dedication, and in this time of such less than normal activity, it just seemed to be a very normal city council dedication of one more thing of which we should be proud of in this city. The other items that I have to report on are in connection with the Orange County Water District. We're all concerned about what our prospects are going to be this year, whether this will be a drought year or not. And so I have a recent report. We received 0.12 inches of rainfall over this past weekend at the field headquarters in Anaheim. This brings this season's total since the beginning of July to 4.43 inches of rain, with 10.51 inches being the average through the end of this month, and 13.93 inches being the annual average. So it's looking to be a rather skimpy year, at least for local rainfall. The Prado Dam, behind the Prado Dam, it's called the Prado Pool elevation. It's at 496.7 feet mean sea level with 8,000 acre-feet of water in storage. Prado inflow peaked, well, you don't need these numbers actually. We're currently capturing all the flow in the river, and the recharge system has approximately 300 acre-feet of available storage capacity in the basin, the aquifer that underlies 2/3 of northern Orange County. So that's what it's looking like. We may have opportunity for a better rain season than it appears to be at this point, but that would likely have to be happening over the next several weeks. This connects with the Santa Ana River watershed, the entire watershed which originates up high in the San Bernardino Mountains, some 60 miles away from us. And these activities involving the river involve the SAPA Commission, which is the Santa Ana Watershed Project Authority. The project authority is looking very closely at cloud seeding, at utilizing it. Something that's been done for many years. It's still controversial. No one's sure how effective it is. But there have been some very involved studies recently which indicate that we might be able to obtain 10 to perhaps as high as 20% more yield from some of the storm systems that travel through. The most advantageous areas are on the slopes, fairly high slopes, at the very end of the San Bernardino mountain chain up just above the city. And with ground-based flares, this is done mostly with flares, actually on slopes, that will use most often microscopic silver iodide, which is burned in conjunction with the winds and the lift of those warmer currents that are created by this. It's proven to be more effective for an application like that than airborne cloud seeding. But there are proposals coming up both at SAPA, which would then lead as well to the board at the Orange County Water District, to determine whether or not this is something that makes sense and whether it can help contribute to our annual capture of rain and the ability to recharge the basin. So that's what I have, at least for those reports this evening. The other thing, Mr. City Manager, is many of our commissions and committees have not been meeting, some at all, for an extended period of time. One of those is the Transportation and Circulation Commission. You mentioned earlier Traffic Engineer Dave Langstaff. And there is a March 1st meeting, which I want to see conducted here in Chamber, and they need to select a new chair. And I know that we have many traffic and transportation issues, and we need an active commission to be able to get that accomplished. So it would be my direction and interest in making sure that as many committees and commissions as possible return to some normalcy and be able to meet in these chambers and conduct business. And with that, that concludes the council reports. And it seems that I recall an item, I didn't get a note on it, but an item from our consent calendar was requested to be pulled. Do you have that?
Number 1.
Okay, so item number 1 requested to be pulled. I would accept direction on the balance.
I'll move the balance.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any comment? Seeing none, roll call vote. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Jung?
Aye.
Councilmember Silva?
Aye.
Councilmember Zara?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap?
Aye.
And Mayor Whitaker. Who are
Aye.
you? Mayor Whitaker. Apologies.
Thank you. All right. So with that, we are now moving to our first discussion item. This would be repeal of ordinance number 3289 pertaining to commercial cannabis regulations citywide. So that's item number 5. This would be a public hearing as we go forward. But first of all, let me just go through this. On December 17th, 2020, ordinance number 3289 became effective related to the regulation of commercial cannabis businesses citywide. On December 15th, 2020, City Council continued an item setting fees related to cannabis activities, effectively deferring the implementation of the ordinance to March 16th of 2021. On January 19, 2021, City Council directed staff to agendize an item to consider repealing ordinance number 3289 in its entirety, as well as options to amend the ordinance. And the recommendation is make finding that the project is exempt from CEQA review pursuant to CEQA guidelines, section 15061B3. Number 2, introduce ordinance number unnumbered for first reading by title only and waive further reading of the ordinance. Ordinance number blank, an ordinance for the City Council of the City of Fullerton, California, repealing ordinance number 3289 that amended titles 3 and 15 of the Fullerton Municipal Code regulating commercial cannabis businesses citywide. And with that, I would ask Director of Community and Economic Development, Matt Folks, to provide a presentation. I think it would be a brief presentation, actually.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and compliments to you for pretty much providing many of the slides that I'll be presenting tonight. So I will be moving at a rapid pace. Lucinda, were you going to put the presentation up? No problem. So we'll be moving through these slides fairly quickly because the mayor has really done a nice summary for what the item is this evening. Just some brief recap of the actions. Again, the council had adopted this ordinance, commercial cannabis ordinance, back in 2020. Ultimately, was continued without the fees adopted, and then we're here tonight. The ordinance, as currently adopted, allows for retail, manufacturing, cultivation, transportation, distribution, as well as testing. It allows up to 5 licenses per cannabis business type and up to 2 licenses for micro businesses and an unlimited number of testing licenses. There are separation requirements, 800 feet, between what we're considering sensitive uses. This is things like parks, schools, and youth centers. And there's also a 300-foot separation between retail licenses. At the City Council dais, there was an additional item added to the ordinance, which states that there can be no more than 2 retail licenses per council district and no more than 3 retail licenses south of the Malvern-Chapman Avenue sort of dividing line. A few more other components here. The businesses will be selected through a merit-based point system process. They are permits and not land uses, so they'll be renewed annually and will contain a number of benefits, community benefits, local hiring, labor peace, as well as development agreements, which is going to specify the revenue to the city. There are extensive security requirements and standards, as well as a community relations representative for ongoing education and outreach. And these are all components of the existing adopted ordinance. This map is very difficult to read here on screen, but is a lot easier to read if you download this presentation. But it essentially identifies potentially eligible parcels based on the 800-foot separation from those sensitive uses as the ordinance prescribes. The action tonight, one of the things that was requested by the City Council was an option to potentially repeal the ordinance in its entirety. And so this is one of two actions related to cannabis on the agenda tonight. The action to repeal is, in fact, another ordinance, which is why it's a public hearing. If the City Council ultimately adopts the first reading to repeal the ordinance, we will then move to a second reading, and we will forego the regular business item, which is speaking to how the ordinance might be amended. If, however, the City Council does not adopt the ordinance to repeal, we will have the regular business item, which is coming up a little later in the agenda, to get a little bit more clarification from the Council as to how they might like to amend the commercial cannabis ordinance. And with that, I'm available to answer any questions.
Mr. Folks, I appreciate the illuminating description there on the back end. And this mask just does not work.
We make a good team.
Okay, I've got it. With that, I will open the public hearing on this item. And we would be interested in hearing from the public, any public comments involving the potential action this evening.
And just the repeal part.
The topic would be strictly not as to the merits of cannabis or not, but strictly to this action, which could it would be rescission, which would remove the existing ordinance. So comments should be directed only to that narrow issue.
And if the closest speaker would just like to come to the microphone, and the rest of you are welcome to line up, and please again remember to observe distancing.
And again, direct your comments to the council.
Thank you, members of the council. Maureen Flynn Becerra, Fullerton resident. And I just wanted to support repealing the ordinance. And one of the things I just wanted to bring back as far as the city of Fullerton, our motto is the education community. And if you look at the logo that represents the city of Fullerton, you'll see the image of a family. You'll see the image of agriculture. You'll see, I have it written down here, the cultural opportunities we have, and then, of course, the education that we have. And that makes Fullerton very unique, and I just am concerned that we're trying to go along with what other people are doing or other cities are doing, and Fullerton's a very unique city, and I'd like to keep it that way. I understand that I think the primary motivation for this is financial, and there really isn't any statistics I can say how much money we'd make, but then what would we lose as a city, as families, as a community by supporting an ordinance like this. I taught the DARE program for many years at the Fullerton Police Department, and one of the primary things was the DARE was to, as far as good choices, not getting involved in drugs and other things that could be, adverse to someone's development and to family unity and that type of thing. So I'm very opposed to it, and I hope that our citizens and our families and our children in this community take precedence over an unknown amount of money we might make. And then also, there are many, or not many, but there's a lot of surrounding cities that do offer marijuana and cannabis products for people who need it from a medical standpoint. So we're not taking away from anything from people that have it. We're just not going to keep it in our community. And so I appreciate your time tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor.
Good evening.
Pro Tem Dunlap and Council Asar and Young and Silva. My name is Lucia Maturino. This is like the sixth time I've spoken. I grew up in Fullerton. My dad born in Fullerton. He's still living, 93. My mom, 88. They're still here. The reason that I'm here is because I support rescinding 3289, and the reason is that, my job is actually analyzing healthy families, and I just think that we should look at our city as whether it's a healthy and functional family. And I think that really the way that the ordinance was passed back in December, I don't believe it was really done with really an open transparency and trust. And the reason I say that is that The prior council, Jan Flory, and of course we had Fitzgerald, but Jan Flory heard all the beautiful comments by many of the ladies. I call them the mama bears, las mamas, who came here and spoke very passionately about not wanting the dispensaries here in our city because we believe in good values. We believe in no drugs, using positive things to deal with any stressors that we may have. And we already have all the, the other alcohol related issues. So anyway, she was it seemed like something touched her heart and she wanted to delay it to January, but somehow she said that people pressured her, and I don't know who did, but it could have been the cannabis industry, which has tons of money and can affect people's decisions. And so when it passed, she wanted to go ahead and pass, but she did mention she had an investment in a cannabis industry type business, not in our state, but in another state. And, I think ethically she should have recused herself from voting. I know that she didn't have to, and, nobody made a big deal about it, but I really think it is a big deal. And if we want to have a healthy family, shouldn't we be just open and transparent? And that does create a bias. So I'm here to say that I don't think the way it passed was done in a way that's creating a sense of trust and really listening to the people, because it's overwhelming that the south part, especially of Fullerton, doesn't want this. And I was raised with good values, and like I said before, I don't want to repeat myself, but I really think that we should look at that. And I'm happy that the new council people are open to listening to us again. It makes me so happy, and I'm so proud. I love Fullerton so much. I grew up on Trustlow in the barrio, and because of the education system, now I have a degree and I work in Fullerton, and just so happy. So thank you for taking the time to give us a second opportunity to really hear us and listen to us, and I hope you find it in your heart to rescind it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yes, hi, good evening. I don't live in Fullerton. I live in La Mirada, but I worked here, City of Fullerton, for 26 years at the police department. And I love this city, and I would just hate to see us compromise our values. So I'm asking that you rescind item 5. Okay.
Thank you for your comment. Appreciate that. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Kurt Johnston. I grew up in Fullerton. I'm asking that you rescind ordinance 3289 simply because it's not recognized federally as a cannabis is not recognized federally as a drug that's legal, and unless Fullerton has a good reason to implement the use of cannabis other than recreational uses or something, I don't understand what's behind this, that the city of Fullerton is going to push this item. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Councilman and Mayor. My name is Shirley Tam, and I'm a resident of Fullerton, and all 3 of my children graduated from high schools in Fullerton, and we have very good schools in this area, and I'm proud of it. I'm against legalization and sale of marijuana in the city of Fullerton because with legalization, it came with acceptability, making young children or teenagers believing that they are not harmful, and with acceptability and also legalization of drug and sale, that will come to wide-scale acceptability. So I don't really think that the laws forbidding young people to buy marijuana under the age of 18 could work, because see how the kids could get hold of alcohol and cigarettes, and there's no stop of it. I have to ask you to be very aware of the harm of marijuana to young children and teenagers, because the damage to their brain are not reversible, as opposed to the harm of alcohol and cigarettes, which could be recovered. So that is very important. And according to a study in Duke University, young people who take marijuana, that will lower their IQ, and that will affect their learning abilities. And also from the study from National Institute on Drug Abuse, they reported that that will also affect the learning ability of young people, and again, cannot be reversed. I remember President Mrs. Michelle Obama, she once said that we have to protect our children. So she proposed there should be no soda or candies to be sold in their schools. But why are we introducing marijuana? The people could get there everywhere. And even you say that it is sold in restricted district. A lot of people could buy it, and our children would be exposed to it. So I'm strongly against legalization or sale of marijuana in the city of Fullerton. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I want to advise again that it's not necessarily about the pros and cons of use of cannabis, which is now a legal product throughout California. What we're really talking about here is land use. It's a land use decision on behalf of the council and how to handle those requirements. But anyway, sir.
Yes, thank you very much. I've lived in the city for 38 years now, and nobody loves the city as much as I do as a citizen. People at work, I work in a factory, I run a factory of 135 employees, and everybody says, you know, Don, you should really be the ambassador of Fullerton. You're always bragging about your city. This going in the wrong direction, in my opinion, this whole thing on cannabis. I did a bunch of research because I wanted to be fair to the whole thought process, and so I found an article here. It's called The Unexpected Side Effects of Legalized Weed by Newsweek magazine. I made 5 copies for you all. Very short article, but it talks about, it takes 3 cities. It takes Denver, a big city, Boulder, about the size of us here, and a small town called Dubuque, Colorado. And it talks about what is undeniable on all 3 cities are these things. Exploding homelessness. We already have a problem with homelessness. Undeniable. Number 2, school expulsions. All 3 experienced more kids getting kicked out of school. Number 3, more hospitalizations, ER, drain on public services. Undeniable. Teen depression. I have personal reasons. I have a family member who was in the top 1% of all California students, went through Sunny Hills, went through Berkeley, got involved with marijuana, lost 2 years of their life, straightened themselves out, went on, got a PhD at Georgia Tech. But I can tell you, I also run a factory of 135 employees, and I've had a certain number of them that are marijuana smokers. And this is what I fear, because they've not been the best employees. They don't last long. Other people don't want to work with them. What will happen here is you guys will get the money for a little while. It'll sound great. But just like these 3 cities, eventually the good businesses will leave, and now you'll be stuck with it, because that's where you're going to get your money, because the good businesses will leave. I said enough. That's my feeling.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening,
Good
Mr.
evening,
Mayor
sir.
and council members. I'm Ray Nelson. I've lived in the city for 50 years, raised my family here, and I'm very much opposed to any kind of cannabis operation, irregardless of where the lines are drawn in the city. If it's in the city, it's not for my hometown. And I cannot see how cannabis is productive in the life of any person other than medical, and if it's medical, they can get it by way of their doctor. They don't have to go to a pot shop and get it. And I'm sure that if you were to survey all of our police officers, they would say cannabis is not a good thing and is not conducive to good family life. And I have no desire to see it expanded in any further activities by the council or anyone else. So I'm very much opposed to it. And so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening again. Yes.
Thank you for giving me opportunity to pray for our city. Again, my name is Shine Kim. I'm a resident in the city of Fullerton. Also, I'm a lead pastor of English-speaking side of Grace Ministries International. And I'm here joining with other citizens to strongly oppose any sales of marijuana in our city because I have been ministering all different types of people, and I understand the effect of any kind of drug that impacts, especially to our little children and our youth, and also marijuana being how easily can be accessible to vulnerable youth. So our city being having a strong impression with the good educators and protecting our lives of citizens. So I would like to join with other citizens to strongly oppose any sort of sales of or activities of marijuana in our city. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mark Nineaber, 42-year resident of Fullerton, and this is the 5th time I've spoken on this topic before the council, so thank you for this opportunity. I'm in favor of repealing the ordinance. We don't need to sell pot here. Anybody who wants to get it can go to Santa Ana. They can have it delivered directly to their house. We don't need to make it more available by having shops here. And what kind of signal does this send to our young folks anyway, that the adults say this is okay, oh, but don't you use it? One of the functions, of course, of good government is to look out for the welfare of its citizens. And having an illicit drug like this is not a good thing for us to have in our community. So I do ask you to strongly please repeal this ordinance. Thank you very much.
Christy Sims, resident of Fullerton, Mayor Whitaker, and council members. I have in my hand here 869 very precious items, and what they are the signatures of Fullerton residents throughout the city, not just one particular neighborhood, who are against cannabis being legalized as businesses in our community, and they certainly are in favor of rescinding the ordinance. So again, please take to heart these 869 people who said, please don't bring cannabis to our community in the form of legalized businesses. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker. Good evening, sir.
Good evening to all. My name is Sergio. I'm living in Fullerton for about 30 years. I'm really against repealing this kind of business. I understand there is for medical use. We already have drugstores. They're called Savons, Kaisers. So I would like to keep it on those places, not open the business for more drugstores. I got 2 children live in Fullerton, and I believe right now we don't need more of those kind of business here. I know it's a revenue for the city, but we can look for a different source to help our city, our community, having those revenues for our city and for safe and protection for our children and our cities and Fullerton. So I would like to repeal the business for the marijuana dispensers and the city of Fullerton. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Itzel Perez, and I've been a resident here at Fullerton for over 10 years. I actually grew up here. I went to all the junior high and the high school, and I can certainly tell you that a lot of us would appreciate it if you guys revoked Ordinance 3289. I think it's awful what it's doing to all my friends. I actually recently had a friend who died last year in July, and honestly, it's really terrible seeing what all these drugs and can do to people, you know? I don't think any of us would appreciate it if our loved ones died. And I think making this drug so easily available to children, having it so close to schools is awful. These children are our future, and we wouldn't want them, you know, to be led in the pathway of bad. We don't want a Skid Row here in Fullerton. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name's Catherine Perez, and I'm 16, so like I do know that a lot of my friends do drugs, and when I was in junior high, they started getting into it, and from junior high till now, it's been, 4 years? 10 of my friends have died from doing drugs because it was laced with something, because they believe that the people they're getting it from are getting it from dispensaries, and having it more available, they're going to trust them even more. And I don't want to wake up one day and be like, hey, your friend died again, because I felt so much pain within the past year because I love them, and having my friends being taken away because of drugs, because after marijuana, it's what, coke, meth, like, because after a while you create a tolerance. And yeah, I just don't want my friends to leave me.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Buenas noches, miembros del Consejo de Fullerton. Quiero expresar mi agradecimiento para escuchar las preocupaciones de varias comunidades.
The concerns of various community members.
Mi nombre es Juanita Ramírez, residente de la ciudad de Anaheim, viviendo aquí durante 19 años.
My name is Juanita Ramirez, and I'm a citizen of the city of Anaheim, having lived here for 19 years.
He recibido comentarios de preocupación en el lugar donde vivo.
And I would like to express my concern in the area where I live.
Y como líder de mi comunidad, me presento ante ustedes para pedirles que por favor sean empáticos.
And as a leader in my community, I would like to present myself before you to please ask that you would be empathetic.
Para las madres que tenemos hijos y vemos esos establecimientos como algo fácil para las futuras generaciones.
As mothers of families who see these establishments as having something easily accessible for future generations.
Como madre de un adolescente, les pido un poco de amor.
As a mother of an adolescent, I ask you for a little bit of love.
Dios nos dé la sabiduría para decir no a los dispensarios y mantener en calma a nuestras ciudades. Gracias. Buenas noches.
May God give us the wisdom to be able to say no to dispensaries, and may the interpreter have a repetition of the last part. ¿Me podría repetir la última cosa, por favor?
Sí, para tener calma y mantener a nuestras ciudades.
And to be able to have calm and peace in our cities. Thank you.
Buenas noches.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Nombre es Jacqueline Guzmán.
Jacqueline Guzmán is my name.
Estoy aquí porque últimamente he mirado que se han puesto dispensarios de marihuana en Fullerton, nuestro Fullerton.
I'm here because I've seen lately that they've been putting marijuana dispensaries in Fullerton, in our city of Fullerton.
Recientemente acaban de poner uno en Highland y Orange Thorpe.
They recently put one on Highland and Orange Thorpe.
Y yo vivo en los apartamentos que están enfrente y con mucha tristeza me he dado cuenta de que los muchachitos entran a ese dispensario como si fuera un supermercado.
And I live in the apartments in front, and with a lot of sadness, I've realized that the young people enter into those dispensaries as if it was just a supermarket.
Unos entran y otros salen y es una preocupación bien grande para nosotros como padres.
Some, they go in, they come out, and for us as parents, it's a very great concern.
En mi familia ha tocado en un jovencito de 20 años fue a dar empezó primeramente con marihuana.
In my family, there was a young person, 20 years old, who started using marijuana.
Él dijo que podía controlar eso.
And he said that he could control that.
No es así.
But it's not like that.
Los jóvenes de esa edad piensan que pueden controlar eso y no es así. Él fue a dar a una clínica de rehabilitación y él quedó como con mucho temor, no puede dormir, él dice que su cuerpo le pide más, entonces no puede controlarse. Y
Young
no,
people of those at that age, they often think they're able to control it, and they have that mentality. But he ended up getting into a rehab clinic, and he's having a lot of fear, not being able to sleep.
yo sé que dicen, algunas personas han dicho que si hay buena educación en los hijos no se van a meter en las drogas, pero no es así.
I know that it is said, and some people do say that if children are given a good education, they will not get involved in drugs, but it's not like that.
No es así.
Pardon, I just want to redirect this as much as possible to whether or not individuals support the rescission or if they oppose it. Sure.
Disculpe, solo para dirigir, solo quería decir, queremos que el enfoque sea en si los individuos querían apoyar o que se revoque la ordenanza o si están a favor.
Sí, no, lo que nosotros estamos aquí para pedir que por favor se revoque esa ordenanza. No queremos en Fullerton ni dispensarios legales ni ilegales porque las dos tienen el mismo efecto.
Please, we are here because we want to ask that the ordinance be repealed. We do not want in Fullerton to either have legal dispensaries or illegal dispensaries.
We appreciate that. Some people are mentioning that they've been here and spoken 5 or 6 times on this item, so the council has heard most of the arguments and the details. So I'm only wanting to allow everyone who cares to speak to be able to speak this evening.
Apreciamos hecho y varios, ya sabemos que han hablado 5 o 6 veces. El concilio ha tenido oportunidad para escuchar los argumentos al respecto. Solo quiero dar oportunidad para que todos puedan hablar en esta noche.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr.
Mayor, if I may just quickly, now that we have a Spanish translator to translate back, I just want to clarify one thing, that the dispensaries that we have open, the one on Highland and Orangethorpe, it is not licensed, it is illegal. No dispensary currently in the city, there are many of them, they are not legal dispensaries. They're not operating under this ordinance. Just wanted to clarify that, please.
Para aclarar, como tenemos la interpretación, el dispensario que está ahí en Highland y Orangethorpe no es legal, no está operando bajo esta ordenanza, sino si hay algún dispensario así que está operando, no es legal, para aclarar.
Sí, pero lo que queremos es que, como padres de familia, que se quiten también los ilegales, porque es igual, es lo mismo.
Well, as parents of families, we want the same thing for the illegal ones to be taken away because it's the same thing.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments.
Gracias por su tiempo.
Buenas noches, concilio. Estoy aquí para pedir que por favor se pongan la mano en el corazón y revoquen la ordenanza. Yo soy mamá de tres hijos que van a la middle school, a la high school, y veo que es inconsciente que vayan a poner estos dispensarios, porque ilegal.
Good evening, council members. I would like to ask that you please put your hand on your heart and be able to revoke this ordinance. I'm a mother of 3 children in middle school and high school, and this is something that's unconscionable for me to have these dispensaries.
Porque pienso que legal o ilegal es veneno para nuestras familias. Yo vivo en...
I believe that whether it's legal or illegal, it's a poison for our families.
Yo vivo en Valencia y el índice de inseguridad es mucho y estoy segura que con esto va a incrementar mucho. Por favor, piensen en nuestras familias.
I live in Valencia, and the incidence of this is a lot there, and I believe that if with the passage of this ordinance that it will increase all the more. So please consider this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Gracias, lo apreciamos.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm here to say no to for you to revoke it, because the quality of life is going to be affected.
Thank you for your comment. Appreciate it.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Guillermina Topete. Vengo a seguir rogando y
Disculpe,
pidiendo al
favor de hablar un
concilio.
poco más en voz alta para escuchar bien. Just to speak up a little bit, please.
Okay. Vengo a seguir pidiendo al concilio de este lugar que se revoque la ordenanza
I continue to ask the city council in this place to please revoke this ordinance
para los dispensarios de marihuana.
for the marijuana dispensaries.
Por nuestros hijos y por la ciudad más segura.
For our children and for a safer city.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment.
Gracias por su comentario.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Mónica Cruz.
Good evening, my name is Monica Cruz.
Y yo vine como mamá de 2 adolescentes.
And I'm coming as a mom of
Quiero
two
que
adolescents.
no quiero que esos dispensarios estén cerca de las escuelas y de nuestro vecindario.
I don't want these dispensaries to be close to our schools or our neighborhoods.
De una forma tan fácil y accesible.
In such an easy and accessible way.
Como, por ejemplo, como el alcohol podría decirse.
For example, just as alcohol is.
Pienso que mis hijos, como cualquier joven, pueden ser fácilmente influenciados.
I believe that my children, just like any young person, can be easily influenced.
A consumir marihuana porque pienso que lo van a ver normal.
To consume marijuana because I believe they're going to see it as if it's something normal.
Yo apoyo firmemente anular la ordenanza 3289.
I firmly support repealing the ordinance 3289.
Great.
Gracias por escuchar a la gente.
Thank you for listening to the people.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Leonel Talavera here, longtime Fullerton resident. Speaking as a Fullerton resident, not as my other multiple hats that I wear, here in support to repeal ordinance 3289 for the simple fact that the process that this ordinance went through was not really done any outreach, specifically getting feedback from the community itself. A lot of community meetings were held, we do understand in District 5, but no feedback was put into this ordinance from the community itself. If you would ask, first time speaking to new council members, Nick and Fred, if you think about any outreach was done in your 2 districts, think about that, right? It was asked that outreach was done specifically in South Fullerton. Why? Because they organized, they knew, they connected with their council member, and that was one of the reasons why. But when you really think about the process that this went through, no feedback was given back. A lot of hard work was done from city staff. So I attest Matt to all the work that he put into this. In one of his presentations, he had shared that about 95% of the feedback that they were receiving at these meetings were that they didn't want them in their city. So really think about that. And to hear former council member Jan Flory on the Zoom call in January come on the phone asking, when she had personally said herself on that dais that she would allow the new council members to decide what to do with this ordinance, and for her to get on the phone and say, please don't change anything on this ordinance, right? Don't repeal it. I think it's a little disrespectful for you guys as a new council. So please repeal this ordinance, have it go through the due processes that it should with community input, create the community advisory committee to oversight this with some Fullerton residents from every district and some other experts that have been working with a lot of this resident group here. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenas noches.
Good evening.
Dispensarios de marihuana son las clases de negocios que no queremos en Fullerton.
Marijuana dispensaries are the kind of businesses that we do not want in Fullerton.
Ustedes tienen el poder y la autoridad de prohibirlos.
You all have the power and the authority to be able to prohibit them.
En noviembre del año 2016, votantes en California aprobaron la Proposición 64.
In November of 2016, the voters in the state of California approved Proposition 64,
Que legaliza el uso recreativo de la marihuana.
which legalizes the recreational use of marijuana.
Pero cada ciudad tiene el derecho de prohibir su comercialización.
But every city has the right to prohibit its commercialization.
Actualmente, la única ciudad en el condado de Orange que permite los dispensarios legales es Santana, California.
Currently, the only city in the county of Orange that permits dispensaries or legalization is the city of Santa Ana.
Por favor, revoquen la ordenanza 3289 por el bien de la comunidad. Gracias.
Please repeal Ordinance 3289 for the good of the community. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, members of the City Council.
Good evening.
My name is Francisco Gomez, as sometimes I have previously talked in the City Council, and I just wanted to say that I hope all of you, or most of the council members of here, will repeal the Ordinance 3289, and I know that for a fact 2 of them won't, and I really hope that that this city has a way better future because some of these city council members just want some money, just money that's pure money that they want, and that and that the better future that us kids would want is like no cannabis, no smoking, no vape, no not anything that is bad for Fullerton, and thank you, Bruce Whitaker and some members of the City Council for supporting to repeal the Ordinance 3289.
I would ask the audience to try to suppress. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but please, go ahead.
Buenas noches, miembros del Consejo de Fullerton.
Good evening, members of the Fullerton Council.
Mi nombre es Rocío López.
My name is Rocío Lopez,
Y estoy aquí nuevamente
and I'm here again
para que mi voz sea nuevamente escuchada.
so that my voice would be heard anew.
Yo me opongo rotundamente a la ordenanza 3289
I am firmly opposed to the Ordinance 3289,
y las razones y realidades son por el impacto social y las de salud y económico que a corto y largo plazo traerán estos negocios de marihuana a nuestra ciudad.
and the reasons and the rationale behind it is because of the impact that this would have on the health and economics in terms of the short and long-term impact that this would have on our community.
Nuestra ciudad cuenta con una dimensión de 22.44 millas cuadradas.
Our city dimensions are 22.44 square miles.
Y la ciudad de San Francisco, que es una de las ciudades más ricas de California, que fue una de las ciudades más ricas de California,
And the city of San Francisco, which was one of the richest cities in California,
cuenta con un doble del área, de la dimensión de Fullerton,
its area is double that of the area of Fullerton.
y cuenta con una población de 874,961 habitantes.
And its population is about 874,000 people.
Y hago referencia porque esta ciudad ya cuenta con un problema de homelessness.
And I'm making reference to this because that city is already dealing with a homeless problem.
Con con personas que viven en las calles porque tienen adicciones.
With people who live on the streets because they have addictions.
Lo mismo que en Los Ángeles, la ciudad de Los Ángeles.
The same thing which is in the city of Los Angeles.
Y la ciudad de San Francisco gasta más de $1 billón en tratar de rehabilitar estas personas.
And the city of San Francisco spends over $1 billion trying to rehabilitate these people.
Y erradicar la homelessness en la ciudad.
And to eradicate homelessness in the city.
Este es el problema que si todos ustedes miembros del Consejo aprueban esta ordenanza, va a traer en menor escala a esta ciudad.
So that is the problem, that if you as members of the council approve this ordinance, that will bring this problem on a lesser scale, but to the city of Fullerton.
Y tal vez se gaste lo mismo o más para tratar de solventar estos problemas que estos dispensarios traerán a esta ciudad.
And perhaps you would spend the same amount or more in trying to bring a solution to the problem that these dispensaries will bring to the city of Fullerton.
También quiero mencionar que solo las comunidades minoritarias tienen es donde se rezagan mayormente los dispensarios.
And I also want to bring to light the fact that the minority communities is where the majority of the dispensaries will be located.
Y de los que no son mayoría, no hay dispensarios. Y este es un reporte dado por el KECK en the USC. Está establecido, está en el website para que todos lo puedan encontrar.
And in the majority areas, they're not there. This is a report that has been put out by KESC and USC, and it's there on the website for all to see.
Y hablar de los problemas de homelessness, de drogadicción y de rehabilitación que no sucede tan frecuentemente, estos solamente son un pequeño problema, porque todavía viene el descenso en la devaluación de bienes y raíces.
And then speaking about homelessness, drug addiction, rehabilitation, that's just a small part of the problem. Then you also talk about devaluation and with real estate.
El incremento de los impuestos en los demás servicios.
And then the increase of
públicos
of taxes and other services, both public and private.
Incremento de violencia y accidentes de tráfico.
And then the incrementation of violence and traffic accidents.
Y va a demandar de un incremento de policías que no tenemos ahorita todavía.
And it's going to demand an increase of police, which we do not have now.
Y que para atender todos los problemas que ya suceden en la ciudad.
Then to be able to take care of all the problems that take place in the city.
También quiero comentar, como ya lo había dicho otro constituyente anterior, esta ordenanza fue traída sin las medidas necesarias y sin la opinión de todos los residentes de esta ciudad. Solo fueron juntas informativas y no fueron tomadas las opiniones, ni observadas, ni registradas.
I want to also mention, as another constituent did, that there was not a process that was followed where residents were able to give their opinions or observations or inputs, rather that they were only informative meetings that were held.
Nuestra opinión fue pasada por alto.
Our opinion was looked over.
Queremos ser escuchados.
We want to be heard.
Queremos ser tomados en cuenta. No queremos ser ignorados.
We want to be taken into account and not ignored.
Y queremos que sepan que sí nos educamos. En todo lo que venimos a hablar, lo sabemos y lo decimos con conocimiento de causa.
We want you to know that we do educate ourselves, that all that we say, we do it with knowledge and with having studied it.
Y sabemos de lo que venimos a hablar.
And we do know what we're coming to talk about.
Siendo residentes, ciudadanos, algunas personas que no tienen un estado legal migratorio en este país o en esta ciudad también tienen derechos y también pueden hablar. Tienen el derecho de hablar y de dar su opinión.
Thank you for your
Yo creo
comment.
que, perdón, pero
let me just finish the interpretation. Being residents, citizens, some people do not have immigration legal status, but still have the right to be able to come and give their opinion.
Y lo siento, Mr. Sahara, but you should not be even voting on this item because you were arrested and you cannot have that privilege.
Thank you for your comments.
Gracias por su comentario.
And I want to remind people again, we're mostly interested in this land use decision as to whether you support the rescission, the action to cancel out the existing ordinance or not. That's the primary question.
Recordar de que la cuestión principal es en cuanto a la utilización del terreno de poder pasar la rescisión o revocación de la ordenanza es la cosa principal que estamos considerando.
Good evening, sir.
Buenas noches, miembros del Consejo de la Ciudad de Fullerton.
Good evening, members of the City Council of Fullerton.
Mi nombre es Alejandro Ramírez.
Alejandro Ramírez is my name.
Tengo 32 años viviendo en la ciudad de Fullerton y trabajando en la ciudad de Fullerton.
I've been living and working in the city of Fullerton for 32 years.
Una ciudad hermosa, sin problemas.
A city that doesn't, without problems, and
Estoy aquí en contra de los dispensarios de marihuana
I am here against the marijuana dispensaries
por el bien de mis hijos, mis nietos.
for the good of my children and my grandchildren.
Y muchas gracias por escucharnos.
Thank
Gracias por su apoyo.
Thank you so much for listening to us, and thank you for your support.
Thank you, sir.
Gracias, señor.
Hello, good evening. I'm coming here as a youth of Fullerton who came or went to elementary.
A little closer to the microphone.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Hi, good evening. I'm coming here as a youth of Fullerton who went to elementary, middle school, and high school. Unfortunately, not college. I went to Cyprus. I would like you guys to repeal the ordinance number 3289. Thank you.
Thank you. Buenas noches.
Buenas noches, miembros del Consejo. Les doy las gracias por escuchar la voz del pueblo.
Good evening, members of the council. I thank you for listening to the voice of the people.
Mi nombre es Mireya Ortega. Soy residente de esta ciudad por más de 20 años.
Mireya Ortega is my name, and I've been a resident of the city for more than 20 years.
La razón por la cual me uní a mi comunidad fue para abogar para no tener las tiendas de marihuana recreativas.
The reason that I united with my community is to be able to advocate to not have recreational marijuana businesses.
Recreativas, productores y fabricantes.
Both recreational and also producers or manufacturers.
Porque quiero que mis hijos se mantengan alejados de las drogas.
Because I want my children to stay away from drugs.
Por eso no quiero estos dispensarios legales ni tampoco aquellos que son ilegales.
Because of that, I do not want either legal or illegal dispensaries.
Como madre, quiero que mis hijos hagan actividades sanas y que vivan en una ciudad libre de marihuana.
As a mother, I want my children to be involved in healthy activities and to be in a city that is free from marijuana.
Fullerton es una ciudad hermosa y por eso me uní a la gente que ha alzado la voz desde agosto del 2020.
Fullerton is a beautiful city, and because of that, I have united with the people to be able to raise our voice since August of 2020.
La comunidad de Fullerton ha venido a este consejo para expresar su oposición de esta ordenanza derivados de impactos muy negativos en la ciudad de nuestra gente.
The community of our community has come to oppose the ordinance because of the very harmful impact it would have on our community.
Por eso hoy estamos aquí una vez más.
Because of that, we are here once again today.
Y las veces que sean necesarias para enfatizar que nos oponemos a estos negocios de marihuana en nuestra ciudad.
And we will be here as many times as necessary to be able to emphasize our opposition to the marijuana dispensaries and the negative effects.
Queremos salud para la ciudad de Fullerton.
We want health for the city of Fullerton.
Por eso apoyo anular la ordenanza 3289.
Because of that, I support the annulling the ordinance 3289.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Buenas noches,
Good evening.
miembros del Consejo. Agradezco la oportunidad de escuchar nuestra voz.
Members of the council, I thank you for the opportunity to hear our voice.
Mi nombre es Carolina Hernández.
Carolina Hernandez is my name.
Vivo en el Distrito 5 por más de 20 años.
I've been living in District 5 for more than 20 years.
Yo fui a una reunión comunitaria convocada en el Parque de Richmond.
I went to a community meeting that was held in Richmond Park
aproximadamente en agosto del 2020.
in approximately August of 2020.
En lo personal, yo no vi que los representantes de nuestro gobierno local estuvieran presentes.
Personally, I didn't see representation from our local government.
En esta reunión no consultaron a la gente que asistió si estamos de acuerdo de tener negocios de venta de producción, fabricación de marihuana en nuestra comunidad.
In that meeting, they didn't consult with the people whether we were in agreement with having marijuana businesses and both selling, production, and manufacturing of marijuana in our community.
Lo único que se manejó ahí fue información cómo se operarían estos negocios en nuestra ciudad.
The only thing that was discussed there was information about how those businesses would operate in our city.
En otras palabras, no hubo un diálogo de manera respetuosa, liberadamente, productiva entre el pueblo y su gobierno local.
In other words, there was not an open conversation in which the residents were able to freely express themselves and have a productive conversation with the local government.
Por lo tanto, para mí y para mucha gente de Fullerton que comentan esto,
because of this, both myself and many other people in Fullerton have commented on this.
les pedimos que creemos, les digo que creemos que el proceso de esta ordenanza no ha sido claro, transparente y sobre todo democrático.
So we believe that the process of this ordinance has not been clear, has not been transparent, and above all, it has not been democratic.
Es por eso que esta noche apoyo firmemente anular la ordenanza 3289.
So that is because of this, that this evening I firmly support annulling the ordinance 3289.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Mireida Román. Estoy aquí porque estoy en contra de la 3289.
Good evening. My name is Mireia Irman. I'm here in support of annulling ordinance 3289.
Y tengo niños, adolescentes y menores, y no me gustaría ver a mis hijos perdidos en las drogas.
I have children who are adolescents and minors, and I don't want to see my children getting lost in drugs.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Buenas noches, miembros del concilio.
Good evening, members of the council.
Estoy aquí esta noche, igual que mis compañeras.
I'm here this night along with all of my friends.
Para decir que estoy en contra de la proposición de los dispensarios de marihuana.
To say that I'm against the proposition of the marijuana dispensaries.
Siento que no es un tiempo, estamos todos psicológicamente afectados como para que vengan dispensarios de marihuana o cultivos de marihuana a afectarnos más.
I think it's not an appropriate time. We're all psychologically affected, and then to have marijuana dispensaries come in.
He escuchado decir que es una opción de la gente que la quiera fumar.
I've heard it said that it's an option for people who want to smoke.
Pero a mí no me preguntaron si la quiero oler. Vivo en unos apartamentos y ahí todos los días es olor a marihuana.
But they didn't ask me if I want to smell it. I live in some apartments, and all day long it's the smell of marijuana.
Yo paso todos los días con dolor de cabeza por esta situación.
And because of this situation, every day I have headaches.
Y siento que no es bueno para nuestros hijos que están encerrados, que no pueden salir, que con esto que está pasando para que todavía vengamos a querer a ponerles el dulce en las manos y después tratar de curarlos con unas regulaciones que vienen para que la proposición pase y después se les va a dar ayuda si necesitan. No es justo.
And I don't think with the situation with our kids being enclosed at home and not being able to go out, then having this pass, and it's like putting a candy in their hands and then saying that you're going to give regulations afterwards where they can go and get help if they need to.
Eso es todo lo que les quería comentar. Muchas gracias por escuchar a los papás de familia de esta comunidad del sur de Fullerton y esperemos que tomen una mejor decisión, la decisión que sea buena para la comunidad, no para nuestros bolsillos. No queremos una ciudad bonita con nuestros hijos en las calles de homeless o tal vez en situaciones precarias en unos hospitales por el consumo de marihuana.
So I'm thankful for the opportunity to give this comment and being able to express together with other members of the community of South Fullerton that I'm hopeful that you'll be able to make a better decision, a decision that is for the good of the community of Fullerton and not for our pockets, so that we don't have just a nice community, but young people that are homeless or ending up in a precarious situation in hospitals.
Muchas gracias y que pasen buena noche.
Thank you so much, and may you have a good night.
Gracias, buenas noches.
Thank you, and good night.
Miembros del Consejo de la ciudad de aquí de Fullerton.
Members of the council and the city of Fullerton.
Agradezco realmente la oportunidad de escuchar a la comunidad.
I'm truly grateful for the opportunity to be able to have the community heard.
Seré muy repetitiva, pero bueno, mi nombre es Jacqueline Murillo y soy líder comunitaria de la ciudad de Buena Park.
I'll be very repetitive, but I'm Jacqueline Murillo, and I'm a community leader of the city of Buena Park.
Mi ciudad no tiene ordenanza de comercialización legal de marihuana.
My city does not have an ordinance for the legal commercialization of marijuana.
Esta noche estoy aquí por sexta ocasión.
I'm here on the sixth occasion this evening.
Representando a los padres de familia muy preocupados.
Representing parents of families who are very worried.
De la escuela preparatoria de Buena Park, la elemental Whitaker y el preescolar Head Start.
From the school of Buena Park High School, Whitaker Elementary, and Head Start.
Ellos quieren expresar que no quieren tener estas tiendas de venta directa e indirecta recreacional de marihuana en alrededor de esas escuelas.
They want to express that they do not want to have the direct and indirect sale of recreational marijuana in and around these schools.
Gracias a la facilidad que tenemos los padres para acceder a la información.
Thanks to the ease with which we as parents can be able to have access to information.
Sabemos del impacto muy negativo de la marihuana en la salud de nuestros jóvenes y niños.
We know about the very negative impact of marijuana on the health of our young people and our children.
Por ejemplo, se ve que los estados que legalizan la marihuana y las tiendas, se ve que se incrementa mucho el uso allí del consumo.
We see the fact that the states that have legalization and having marijuana stores, that the use or the consumption of marijuana increases there.
Los adultos jóvenes que la consumen desarrollan trastornos por consumirla, consumo de drogas.
So the young adults that consume it, they develop disorders due to the consumption of drugs.
Los adolescentes que la consumen tienen 7 veces más probabilidades de intentar suicidarse que aquellos que no la consumen.
The adolescents that consume it they have 7 times more probability of dying from suicide compared to the adolescents who do not consume it.
Investigaciones del Departamento de Salud de Estados Unidos nos dice que el cerebro de un joven se daña cuando consume marihuana, el desarrollo del cerebro.
The Department of Health of the United States tells us that the brains of our youth are damaged when they consume marijuana.
El uso entre los jóvenes está asociado con problemas de aprendizaje.
And the use of marijuana among our young people is associated with learning problems.
Entonces, nosotros realmente estamos muy preocupados.
So we are really, truly worried.
Por todos estos indicadores y muchos más que los padres sabemos.
Due to all of these indicators and due to many more that as parents we know.
De padre a padre, mi comunidad de Buena Park quiere decirles que apoyamos a nuestros vecinos de Fullerton en esta petición que hacen hoy esta noche.
So from parent to parent from our community in Buena Park, we want the parents in Fullerton to know that we are in support of this petition that you're making.
Apoyamos derogar la ordenanza 3289. Muchas gracias.
We support the repeal of Ordinance 3289. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Thank
Gracias. Gracias.
Buenas noches.
Buenas noches.
Good evening.
Mi nombre es Verónica Díaz.
Veronica Diaz is my name.
He venido también varias veces aquí.
I've also come here several times.
Me siento muy frustrada y triste
I feel very frustrated and sad
porque hemos hablado tanto y parece que no nos han escuchado.
because we have spoken so much and it seems like we're not being heard.
Hoy podría decirles muchas otras cosas otra vez,
I could come and tell you many other things again today,
pero espero que por favor tomen una decisión apropiada para la comunidad,
but I hope that you would please make a decision that is appropriate for the community.
que hemos venido aquí ahora con frío y dejando familia
We've come here with the cold and leaving our family behind.
para pedirles por favor que revoquen la ordenanza 3289.
To ask you to please revoke the Ordinance 3289.
Muchas gracias por su tiempo y por estar aquí.
Thank you so much for your time and for being here.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Buenas noches.
Good evening.
Mi nombre es Ana Artiga.
Ana Artiga is my name.
Y el motivo que estoy aquí es para apoyar a mis compañeras que no queremos dispensarios cerca de nuestras casas, de nuestra comunidad.
The reason that I'm here is to support my fellow residents so that we do not want dispensaries in our neighborhoods, in our community.
Y porque yo tengo muchas personas conocidas.
I have a lot of people that I know.
Muchas personas fuman eso y yo veo que se pone muy mal.
And they smoke that, and I see that they get in very bad shape.
Y especialmente yo no quiero que mis nietos caigan en eso, ¿verdad? Porque yo tengo mis nietos también y yo no me gustaría que mis nietos anduvieran como esos muchachos.
And also, I don't want my grandchildren to fall into that because I have my grandchildren, right, and I don't want them to become like those young people.
Porque es muy triste ver en la calle los jóvenes vienen drogados. Yo he visto muchos jóvenes en las calles que a mí me da mucha lástima.
Because it's very sad to see the young people drugging themselves on the streets. I've seen young people doing drugs on the street, and I pity it very much.
Solamente sería. Muchas gracias.
And that's it. Thank you so much.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Cassandra Rodríguez.
Cassandra Rodriguez is my name. Good evening.
Y después de haber escuchado a nuestras líderes de Anaheim y de Buena Park y los residentes de Fullerton,
After having heard our leaders from Anaheim, Buena Park, and the Fullerton residents,
con todo el respeto que les debo, yo a ustedes, a los concejales y al mayor Whitaker, señor Whitaker,
with all of the respect that is owed to the council members and to Mayor Whitaker,
solamente quería decir una cosa.
I just want to say one thing.
Los ciudadanos de Fullerton le ordenan a los concejales este día, febrero 16 del 2021, que quiten, que repelen, que la eliminen, que se haga nada, la ordenanza 3289.
The citizens of Fullerton order the council members of Fullerton on February 16th, 2021, this day, that you would take away, that you would repeal, that you would eliminate, that you would make null the ordinance 3289.
Y quiero enfatizar que nosotros, los ciudadanos de Fullerton,
I want to emphasize that we as citizens of Fullerton,
queremos seguir trabajando con ustedes
that we want to continue working with you
para quitar las tiendas ilegales que ya están puestas en nuestra ciudad
to be able to take away the illegal marijuana stores that are already operating in our city,
y que nos encantaría seguir trabajando mano a mano con ustedes. Gracias.
and that we would love to continue working hand in hand with you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Good evening. My name is Ilse Miranda, proud resident of Fullerton, community leader, and mother of 4 beautiful children. I am here tonight to speak strongly to approve to rescind Ordinance number 3289. As many of you know, I want to remind you of your duties as government. And this is some of your duties. These are some of the many duties you guys have to do. Respect for all dignity of the person, safeguard the right to live or every innocent person, protect the family, be responsible for the conduct of me and the well-being of the citizens. Last but not least, look after the health of citizens. By opening these dispensaries, you're not only violating our rights as citizens, but you are putting our families in danger because you are welcoming more traffic, more DUIs, more homeless population, more mental health, especially right now in this pandemic, more suicides, loitering, young generation addiction, unwanted guests from other cities that won't mind to trust our city, beautiful city. Benefits to this ordinance, of course, revenue, but most of the revenue is going to the state. Don't lie to us. You started telling us that you're going to put only 5 licenses. No, it's 25 licenses. Growing, testing, micro business, and many more. So you guys the way you guys put this ordinance was never intended to listen to the concerns of the people that live here, the people that are going to suffer these consequences. For what? For money? Because you guys don't know how to handle your duties as government? Because you don't know how to manage the money? We're working with you. I'm happy to work with all of you. City manager, the attorney, the police officer. I'm happy to give you an advice on how to manage the city's economic development, because you guys have done very bad decisions. And now we have to pay for the consequences of our families, for our children outside? No, we're being treated poorly. And you know what, Ahmad? My ladies, they are color skin. We're Latin people, right? You don't need to be disrespectful for us.
Pardon.
You're being racist to us because you're telling them that they don't have papers.
Direct your comments to the entire council, please.
I'm sorry. Just needed to say that. We need respect as ladies, our women.
Mm-hmm.
Please respect.
I never said that.
Thank you very much. Have a great evening.
Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hi, my name is Jason. Hi, my name is Jason. I moved this Fullerton for my kids, good school, and safe neighbors. We lived 13 years. We love this city. I'd like to keep this city like this, safe and respectable, and good schools. I'm 100% sure that the city council probably run the test simulation, how much money it's going to generate, and what's the benefits of it, what's the disadvantage of it. But please reconsider that, because as all the other people mentioned already, we're going to have a problem of a problem. And we will end up use more money and spend more money. And if cannot handle that problem, they will lose their community. So please reconsider that. And then I'm so thankful to be here because it's my first time, and actually first time being in City Hall. And then it's very good to be here because a lot of people cares about this city, truthfully. So I really thank them.
We're glad to hear from you. Thank you.
Mayor Whitaker and City Council members, I'm not going to be redundant and repeat some of the same comments that I have over the past 8 to 12 weeks when we've discussed this issue, but I want to thank you so much for listening, all of the time that you've put into this issue. So I support repealing the ordinance and the comments from all of your constituents and the people that have spoken tonight. I also want to say thank you to Maureen because of her dedication and the work that she's put in with our city schools and education. So I, too, care very much about the children of our city. And I'd like to remind you of one major point for repealing this ordinance, and that is that over all of the meetings that we've had, the major majority of people that elected you have said, we don't want cannabis stores in our city. And tonight, the majority of your constituents have all said, we want this ordinance repealed. So thank you so much for listening. And there were only two other groups that I heard that spoke. One was the cannabis industry, which had professional people speaking and did not even live in our city who supported cannabis in our city. The other group was a very small minority of people who wanted stores in our city. But those people have access to it and can have it delivered, ordered, or another city. So thank you so much for listening. Thank you for listening to all of the people who elected you. Thank you for your service to our community.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
That is all the in-person speakers, and now we can go to the Zoom callers.
Do you have an idea of how many people are in queue?
I think the mysterious voice will tell us in just one moment.
All right.
How many Zoom callers do we have? We have 4.
All right.
While they are working out technical issues, I can read you Bernard O's comment because, again, he needs accommodation to talk over the Zoom. And where are we? Item 5. Cannabis is already legal in the state. We need legal dispensaries that are well regulated and distributed evenly throughout the city. I used cannabis when I was in high school. I was shot and held my friends in my arms as they died, but I graduated from UCLA with a double major in physiological sciences and philosophy with honors in both. Cannabis does not rot your brain. It helps me deal with my PTSD. Then, after crashing into the bridge, I suffer from severe muscle spasms. Either I can take anti-spasm medication in addition to blood pressure medication, as well as anti-clotting medication, in addition to anti-anxiety medication, in addition to stool softeners and sleep aids, or I can eat an edible. It's a matter of public safety. Traveling is already difficult for me, and I'd rather know my medication is well regulated. I want it to feel like an actual pharmacy and not like I'm buying pills from a sketchy dude in his truck in a dimly lit parking lot. And that is Bernard's comment. And let's see if we stalled long enough to get the other calls on the line. Okay, Eric Chan is the first speaker. Mayor, if you may want to just start your discussion now, and we can get those other speakers in when we can get the technical issues sorted out, if you like.
Yeah, well, I think we will take a very short recess while we're trying to line that up.
Okay.
Okay. Restroom break, whatever, sure. We'll shoot for 5 minutes. Council is complete here. We shall resume the public hearing. Madam Clerk?
And we are ready for Zoom comments.
Eric Chan, please unmute. Eric Chan, we cannot hear you.
Can you hear us now?
Yes.
Hi. Hello, Honorable Council and Fullerton community. My name is Andrea Vademan. I'm here with Eric Chan, and I'm speaking on behalf of him. I'm calling to inform you of a middle-of-the-road option to the cannabis discussion. I'm the research coordinator for the Cannabis Regulation Impact Study Program, or CRISP. CRISP is a not-for-profit research program developed from studying community cannabis concerns from 29 Southern California cities over a period of 8 years. Instead of 20 cannabis businesses, CRISP establishes a single pilot facility whose impacts are studied by an objective research institution in a controlled environment to see if cannabis is right for Fullerton. An important part of CRISP is to launch a cannabis awareness campaign to educate Fullerton youth on the risks of underage consumption. A study oversight committee consisting of city officials and community members will facilitate community input and ensure research is transparent to the public. CRISP will provide funding for community safety measures. CRISP has the support of educational professionals and neighboring elected officials. We are here to help the Fullerton community. If any community members want to talk to us, our director's email is on the e-comments for this agenda item. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Galaxy J7, please unmute. Galaxy J7, please unmute. If you are on your phone, please press *6 to unmute. Okay, we will move on. Tim Dodd, please unmute. Tim Dodd, please unmute. Jane Rands, please unmute.
Hi. Hi, Susanna. This is Jane.
Hi, Jane. We can hear you.
Yeah. I just want to say I respect the mothers that spoke tonight, and I understand their concerns. But I do want to say that, there needs to be some voices speaking up for a need for a reasonable opportunity to allow some cannabis business, whether or not it's retail sales or delivery or just, production in the industrial areas. But I just wanted to speak up for other people in the community who that feel there can be something reasonable and also want to protect the children in our community. Thank you.
Galaxy J7, please unmute. Press *6 to unmute. Galaxy J7, please unmute. Okay, we will move on. Sarah Corp, please unmute.
Hi, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Can I go?
Yes, please.
Okay, my name is Sarah Korf. I live in the city of Fullerton. I have 2 children that attend a Fullerton elementary school. And I just wanted to speak in opposition of repealing what is it called again? Ordinance 3289. My concern with repealing it is that we currently have dispensaries all over the city. You can go online and find them. You know, some are even behind elementary schools in our community, and they're not being regulated. The cannabis that is coming out of these facilities, they're not regulated by the state. They're not regulated by the FDA. And without that regulation, people are in danger of consuming something that could be dangerous. That's my first point that I want to make. Secondly, we're looking at a shortfall in our revenue that we would have had for this year. You know, in looking at how we've had businesses closed, you know, people have been unable to go out and do the various things that they would normally do. And so even as you guys asked us to pass Measure S, the community is so strapped that we're not willing to take on additional taxes. And so this may be an additional way to tie some tax revenue to this distribution in the city. Additionally, my third point and my concern is that much of the dispensaries that currently exist, which are unregulated and are here, are concentrated in the southern part of the city of Fullerton that borders Anaheim and Buena Park. So it's disproportionately impacting those communities. And if there was an ordinance that was approved citywide, it would allow us to regulate throughout the city instead of just it being concentrated in one community. And so, you know, I appreciate all the people that came and spoke, whether you're in opposition or in support of the repeal. But I think we do need to think about the entire city and the entire community. And yes, you know, I would be concerned too if my children were consuming cannabis at such a young age. But the state has regulations. The state has rules. You can't buy it at 21 or until you're 21. And so we really need to look at the whole situation as we are weighing this. And I want to leave you with one quick thing. The city of Santa Ana allowed the legalization of dispensaries. And last year alone, they generated about $11 million for their city, from what I've read. It could be more, it could be less because of the current economic crisis that we're in. But that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money that can pave roads. That's a lot of money that can help with our libraries. That's a lot of money that can support the various community activities that we make available to our unhoused community, to our at-risk youth, to our schools. And so I don't think with the situation that we're currently in, we can say
and
no.
that's your 3 minutes.
Oh, sorry. We can say no to this kind of opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Munish, please unmute and speak loudly.
Hi, this is Munish Bharatwaja. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hi, first of all, thank you to the City Council, and also wanted to take a quick second to say thank you to your incredible staff at City Hall. The residents truly appreciate what all of them are doing in these hard times. Councilman Whitaker, you brought up land use as one of the avenues to look at regarding this cannabis measure. I get it that a lot of people think that you're going to make all this windfall money and whatnot for the city. There's much better ways, much more reasonable ways to make money, attracting adequate business opportunities to the city, creating economic empowerment zones and whatnot. After all, you can bring in a whole host of businesses that can create long-term revenue for the city that don't also result in increased costs, not just for police services, not just in regulatory services, but also quality of life costs, also the drain and the burden of people coming in from outside the city to buy their weed here. It's not an issue of distribution. It's not an issue of availability. You can buy the stuff in Santa Ana. It's not that far. And if you can't leave your home, you can have it delivered. The reality is that cannabis is, as a recreational drug, is still a drug. And while I could care less what anybody does in their own home, the reality is this stuff is being used in public constantly. It's used on our public trailways. It's used in our parks. It's used at school grounds. And creating more availability is not going to help the city, regardless of the amount of money that's generated by a dispensary. I have quite a bit of experience dealing with the pitfalls and the issues that result from drug use in different communities. And regardless of what a advocacy group may dictate or may try to say, or one of the cannabis industry groups may try to fund, reality is in the long run, you end up paying way more than what you generate. Again, I hope you guys will do the right thing for the city. Long term, you've had a lot of incredibly intelligent people show up tonight, speaking in English, Spanish. It's wonderful to see that it really brings the community out to speak up against these things. And I hope that the council will make the best decision for our community long term. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Caller ending in 8679, please unmute and speak loudly. Press *6 to unmute.
Hello, my name is Felix. I moved our family to Fullerton several years ago to raise a family here because there is a lack of dispensaries. But we lived in a city that had quite a few of them.
Did our speaker get cut off? We're not hearing them in chambers.
Hi, sorry. It said I was muted all of a sudden. So yeah, we lived in a city that had quite a few dispensaries. We moved out of there to raise a family here because there is a lack of dispensaries. I think you understand my decision to raise a family here. I think you would do the same. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Galaxy J7, please unmute. Galaxy J7, please unmute. Press *6 to unmute. Okay, we will move on. Caller ending in 9129, please unmute and press *6 to unmute.
Hi there. Thank you, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Thanks for being with us today, and thanks for spending all this time talking about this issue. It's really important to a lot of people, and I definitely understand everybody's perspective. I just think a lot of people just don't have as much exposure and education when it comes to cannabis, which has created a lot of these issues. I'm the executive director of Orange County NORML, which is an 18-year-old nonprofit organization. It's an advocacy organization and an educational organization. I strongly urge you to vote no. I'm rescinding the ordinance today. The ordinance comes from a lot of work, from a lot of advocates, hundreds of hours of staff time, several community outreach events trying to educate the public. So it's a shame to see this all go to waste. Let me remind you that Fullerton did approve Prop 64, and your own poll showed that the citizens strongly supported cannabis dispensaries in your city. I know that we've been watching a lot of this meeting and realize that there's been a lot of really loud voices from several community organizations. They've been really loud and persistent, but they're not representative of the whole city. So we have to remember that. That's just a small group that's very loud and outspoken when it comes to this issue. So again, look to the majority, look to your past voting records, to Prop 64, to your own poll, and please vote no on rescinding the ordinance today and keeping your cannabis ordinance in place. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller ending in 2299, please unmute. Press *6 to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, hi. My name is Timothy Dodd. I'm the CEO of a cannabis dispensary retail chain based in Los Angeles called Sweet Flower. I'm also a proud immigrant, a proud American by choice, and I have 4 beautiful young kids, ages 6 through 17. I'm very proud that we have never, at any point in our business track record, provided any cannabis to any underage person. But yet tonight I've been hearing a lot about how the cannabis industry does this. I think the point of confusion here is that illegal dispensaries, which appear to be operating with some degree of impunity in Fullerton, do that. They also will sell untested product. They're not taxed and they're not licensed by the state. The dispensaries that we operate, again, do not sell cannabis to children. We are licensed by the state. We are licensed by the cities in which we operate. We pay taxes. In fact, we have paid several $1 million of taxes in the last 3 or 4 years to the city of Los Angeles and to the state. We've provided over $150,000 of community benefits, by which I mean charitable gifting to school districts, to homeless shelters, to food banks, to children with intellectual and developmental disabilities, to cancer hospitals, and to a variety of ancillary 501c3 organizations that we at Sweet Flower support in the communities that we serve. I think the challenge here is that there's a lot of confusion about illegal dispensaries versus legal dispensaries. And I, as a business owner and as a parent, support a highly regulated cannabis industry. That industry can provide jobs. I currently employ over 100 people at our stores. We are 72% minority across our stores, including our store managers who are Hispanic and African American descent. And we're very proudly supporting all the communities that we serve in the greater Los Angeles neighborhood. So I believe that it is short-sighted to throw legal dispensaries that are licensed and operated by at the highest levels of integrity by operators that are licensed by the state into the same basket as illegal operators that I believe are negatively impacting greatly the city of Fullerton. So with that, my point is that I believe you should not rescind this well thought out and I think very reasonable ordinance for 5 retail dispensaries in Fullerton. I think the ordinance that I've reviewed has acceptable buffers to sensitive receptors, schools and parks in particular, and is well put together and has a high degree of integrity behind it. So with that, I'll leave it to you, but I do appreciate the time and consideration from the City Council and staff. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We appreciate those.
Caller ending in 9450, please press star 6 to unmute.
Hello. Good evening to the City Council.
Yes, good evening.
My comment, I'm a voter in District 3, and I just want to register my opinion about that, and that is I'm against pot shops in Fullerton. Fullerton does not deserve that at all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, one more try. Galaxy J7, please unmute. Press star 6 to unmute. Galaxy J7, press star 6 to unmute. And that is actually the last Zoom caller.
So I'm looking for verification again that there are no other.
We are ready for discussion.
Yes, we will bring this back to, that would close the public hearing. And we will bring the discussion back to the council for action on this item. Certainly. Councilmember Jung.
There are clear and present dangers that we have in our city that I'm sure voters and viewers and those in attendance will find out as we move through the year. We will be burdened by this, as council has for the last 2 months. And these clear and present dangers that we must address to move our city forward cannot be because all we do is seemingly speak about cannabis. That being said, whether you agree with legalization or not, this ordinance, as far as I'm concerned, is flawed. The issue that I have with it on a number of levels is, one, there's no residential buffer. The number 5 is arbitrary for retail. So I cannot support this ordinance moving forward. I would make a motion now to rescind this order.
I will second that motion. And I'd like to add a few things as well because, just look down at the calendar and I think I realized that tonight actually marks 2 months as a council member. And literally in the time that I've been a council member, it's almost as though, we've had kind of a gun to our head from the past council who thought this would be a great idea to kind of impose this upon us. The fact that, there was this last-ditch effort, from a lame duck council member to push this forward, without respect to what the new council might think, and then really kind of hamper our ability to effectuate needed changes to our city. For example, this has been going on since about 2016, so call it 4.5 years. How do you think our roads would look if we would have invested the same amount of time and resources over the past 4.5 years that was invested into this initiative, into fixing our roads and streets? From the collective time, from some of the lobbyists and industry activists that have been here, from the community involvement and community engagement, but also to the staff time. I guarantee you our roads would be in better condition today than they are had we invested this same amount of time. And the reality is, as someone who recently ran for and was elected to city council, I'm quite familiar with what voters are interested in because I spent a lot of time, this past summer and this past fall talking to people. And the reality is cannabis is not a priority. This council and perhaps the city administration has made it a priority, but it's actually not a priority to most people in the public. People, Fullerton residents, care about getting our financial house in order. They care about fixing our roads and streets, and this is not going to do that. In fact, I would draw your attention because I know what some people have said that, hey, this is going to be this tremendous windfall for the city. But in fact, it's been well documented, including in the LA Times, where they've reported consistently over the past few years that not only is the state revenue short of what was projected, but the city of Los Angeles alone was 75% under what they forecasted. So is it 100% of a new source of revenue for that city? Sure. But at the same time, it's very short of what that was originally proposed, and that's in a city that's quite a bit larger, multiple times larger in terms of geographic area and also, significantly larger in terms of population. So I think the reality here is that this has just been very offensive to me as a new and incoming council member and somebody who's trying to do the right thing for our city, and also as someone who is not personally and entirely opposed to cannabis. I'm not, I think had this been done rightly and had this taken into account, I think the valuable input from the community that, in a community that wants to contribute, I think this would have been a much different conversation. But to me, this is easy. And, this ordinance has so many flaws. I just want to, draw your attention to a few. For one, this idea that it's going to somehow help with enforcement of existing, bootleg dispensaries, that's nonsense. I mean, and actually as a planning commissioner, with Mr. Folks, I think, the director of planning, we actually shut down an illegal dispensary, and that took quite some time to handle. And I was really amazed at that time as a planning commissioner how limited the city's resources were, to actually, enforce laws that were already on the books. Very difficult. This does nothing to help us with that. And I guess the sort of ironic or naive logic is that, because all of a sudden now we're allowing legal businesses to operate, that somehow everybody's going to just have a license to operate and it's not going to create issues. Nonsense. Second, we require a bar or nightclub to obtain a CUP, but a dispensary would not need a CUP. Makes no sense. And again, the fact that there's no residential buffer to some of the most, I think, at-risk neighborhoods in the city is a complete disrespect to the residents of our city, and this is not something that I could support. And so, again, I second this motion, and my hope is that the rest of the council will join in rejecting this tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may? Yes, please. Yeah, yes. Well, glad we have. Just real quickly, on a couple of notes, in speaking to Santa Ana and Bellflower, the two cities that are closest to us that have dispensaries, they did see a quicker pace of shutting down the illegal ones. And I think Santa Ana went from the 80, 90 illegal ones to a handful once the legal ones came in. Same with Bellflower, speaking to their mayor. So I wouldn't call it nonsense. I just would have called probably misinformed by some council members. And that's exactly why we put this ordinance, was to keep some of these illegal ones out of the communities of color. And this is why when we voted on that ordinance, it was to put the dispensaries throughout the city, not just concentrated in the south, which if we do add a buffer, all those dispensaries, the businesses are going to be in the south part of Fullerton with any kind of buffer, any kind of additional buffer zone. So, it wasn't an insult. It was purposely done so that we're not rolling the stuff downhill as has been in the past.
Councilmember, I have a question for you to that point. I would like to ask you because it's directly in relation to...
Let me finish, please. Let me finish. All right. I let you speak freely. I didn't interrupt you. So anyway, I just want to make note of that Santa Ana is going to get about $11 million this year. Bellflower is going to get 2 or 3. Now, they're a much smaller city. And so there is some revenue. But when I supported this, I wasn't supporting it for the revenue. I was supporting it so we can get control and dictate what we want in Fullerton, because I believe it's going to get here. It's already here. And so that was one of the purposes. And some of the comments the residents made, at least I voted for it to address some of those. A legal dispensary would not sell to anyone under 21. They're not going to jeopardize $1 million of investment to sell someone who's 20. I know, speaking to the mayor of Bellflower, the residents around some of their dispensaries, they really like the fact that there's a guard 24-hour there sweeping the streets, keeping it clean. And it went from being really resistant to it to now, okay, it's here, and they're seeing some benefits in terms of cleaning the neighborhood. And then the other thing that when I talked to those two cities, crime around those areas decreased. There was much more safety measures there. But this ordinance wasn't trying to, shove down someone's throat. That was not the intention. The intention was to get something on there so that we could move forward with the city and like Councilmember Jung said, stop talking about it and dealing with it. So, but with that, we'll move forward with whatever the majority of the council wants, and we'll move on. Thank you.
So, just a follow-up question, Councilmember Silva. The point that you've made, I think, repeatedly here, is that for some reason dispensaries need to be spread about the city as though it's going to cause problems in a particular district. But then you've argued that they don't in fact cause problems, and so I don't understand the logic there, and it just seems like a flawed argument. It almost defeats itself.
Is that if we're going to have this, I think everyone should have a piece of the pie, not just in the south of Fullerton where things where it's all concentrated. And some of the members here were talking about it. I think one member said, the communities of colors are the ones that get impacted with more dispensaries. right? And then the negative impact. So I was just trying to make sure that if we had something like this, that it would not all be concentrated in one district. That was the logic.
So I guess the point is, if it doesn't cause problems and it doesn't create issues, then why the worry about where they're located? You know what I'm saying?
Well, just because some of the audience didn't want it. Now, again, that was my logic. I didn't want them all in one. But if we want to put them all in District 2, I'm all for that.
Councilmember Zavra, do you want the next turn or the last word?
That was just such an ignorant comment. It doesn't even warrant a response. I mean,
I'll go, Mr. Mayor.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Okay.
I just want to just to clarify a few points. My position since the beginning, I think I've been very honest and open about it since very beginning. It's really about public safety. It was always about trying to create a legal place for legal consumers. It's about, our job is public safety and as a local government. So part of it is consumer protection. So you have to provide a local space for a legal space for people to consume what is rightfully their ability according to our state laws. The idea that we could control this industry is really, rather than it controlling us, is really the main purpose of this ordinance. Because this is an industry that is growing, it is here. There are shops popping up everywhere in South Fullerton mostly, and we can't control it. So this is not about bringing cannabis into the city. This is about trying to regulate it. Just like any other substance that is being sold or any other product like alcohol or tobacco and so on, you create regulations to provide public safety for the consumers. As far as, part of it was also to create a committee and to be able to receive also revenue from the state to be able to counter some of these illegal dispensaries, because having an ordinance allows us access to further state revenue that would help us counter some of the illegal dispensaries. Those are the dispensaries that are preying on our kids. Those are the ones that kids go into. They're operating without any consideration whatsoever. And they're popping up in neighborhoods. I mean, there's one in my neighborhood, 313 it's called. There's another one by the post office off of Commonwealth. It's called Serenity. You just walk in, people are walking in. So that was always my position. And if, we did hold a lot of community meetings. I think I'm probably the one that took the most beating out of this council. And people attacked me a lot. But I did listen. And a lot of the changes we made in the ordinance were based on the responses from the community. Expanding the buffering from the minimum state requirement from 600 to 800. So that we can keep it even further away from schools and parks, unlike what we're seeing today with these cannabis shops. Part of it was creating an advisory committee, and we that was part of the motion as well. An education fund that was supposed to be set up so that we can take some of these funds and invest it into the community in anti-drug programming, which we don't have anymore in our city. And also, as we know, our revenue, we don't have enough revenue, so a lot of our after-school programming is being shut down, and so this would be a good source for that. And then also, we listened to the community and provided these limits because a lot of the community didn't want it concentrated in one district, so we added that. No more than 3 south of Fullerton, no more than 2 north of Fullerton, no more than 2 per district. This was a response from the community, not necessarily anything that was other than that. Now, as far as shutting down the illegal dispensaries, and I know my colleague was on Planning Commission, and the problem with it is, yes, we can shut these down, but it's an administrative process that takes months and months. And in the end, they just slap a $500 fine on them or some ridiculously small number, and meanwhile they're still operating, and then we're not shutting them down. We have no resources. The way to really effectively shut this down, as we've seen in examples like Santa Ana, is to shift the consumer. We have a large consumer base right now in Fullerton. That's why we are seeing them showing up, all these illegal dispensaries. You may not see them in North Fullerton as much, but come down to my neighborhood in South Fullerton, they're everywhere. Why? Because people are buying them. People are not necessarily getting them on delivery or online. People are coming to the store. They want to go out and buy, and they're coming into these illicit. Somebody called them called it an illicit drug. It's only illicit because it's made illegal in this city, and these are illicit dispensaries. But it's very difficult to really effectively shut them down without providing these consumers who are driving this to a legal space, and that's exactly what we saw in Santa Ana before they did their regulation and ordinance. They had over 100 illegal dispensaries throughout their city. They have now less than 5. So it's reach out to the council members and the mayor in Santa Ana, and they will explain to you. In fact, I took a lot of some of the community leaders myself. We drove down to Santa Ana in my own car, to say that I didn't listen or I wasn't being, I wanted to have people who had questions go specifically and see the actual, what actually is happening in Santa Ana, so they can have a real comparison. So I don't smoke it. I don't consume it. It to me has always been a public safety. Now, if this council decides to rescind this, we worked very hard on this, and I believe it is a good ordinance that provides good regulation. It's about regulation and control. I do know also that there are other. The city was served by a citizens group to have an ordinance at the ballot measure, as a ballot measure. Now, if that happens, we can't change it anymore. So once a ballot measure happens and it's voted in, the council has no power to change any of that. And that is, I'd rather us be in control of it than have some other group do that. If this council is rescinding this, then I would hope that the maker of the motion add into it that we continue creating an audit, part of it, a committee to counter the illegal dispensaries, and then seek out funding for such. That is what I ask, because that was always my initial goal, my goal for this. And so if this is the case, then I'd like us not to lose sight of that. So that's all. Thank you.
Certainly. Councilmember John.
So speaking about the ballot measure, at some point, I'm certain the hands of the people will have to address this. The industry itself has deep pockets, and I'm sure that they will fund this, and you will have to decide. But for some context, the city of Fullerton only passed Prop 64 by 1,500 votes. There's a sitting councilman right here that was elected by twice that amount in a district. So this notion that this is going to pass and it is in writing would be silly for us to propose. But your work and all the advocates that are out there, your work doesn't end this evening. I hope you realize that. This is a small victory in a long battle for all of you. Thank you, sir.
If I could add,
sure.
Santa Ana has some of the most restrictive zones, by the way, and they're all in industrial. They're not running up right against residential neighborhoods, and so I think that's also important to take into account that this is almost it's a blatant contradiction of the Santa Ana ordinance. And also to that point, I think one thing that's interesting to reflect on, we've had 3 tax measures fail, have gone down in the past year and a half. The measures J and K and also S. So we're up here talking about this new tax revenue that's going to be generated, and the reality is there's actually no specific tax tied to cannabis in this ordinance. It's It's just sales tax revenue. So sure, we're going to project that, hey, we're going to experience sales tax increases as a result of this, and obviously, there is some truth to that. But in order to actually have some kind of a special cannabis tax, it's going to have to go to the voters, and I can, tell you with pretty much certainty what's going to happen to that. It's going to go down. And so the last point on the ballot initiative, as has been indicated, just like the industry or other proponents will have, the council can also put forth a ballot measure. The residents of Fullerton can also put forth a ballot measure, and voters will be able to decide. That's our process. And so I think it's important to add that context as well.
It's been an interesting process dealing with this, and I do want to thank all the members of the city, communities, neighborhoods who came and spoke to this. Passions run very high on this topic, both for and against. Very dedicated proponents and opponents of what we're talking about here. When the state of California did decriminalize cannabis, I think there probably was majority support for that in most areas, because sometimes the war on drugs has been so overbearing that very often the cure is worse than the disease in many areas. As we've found in this country before, prohibition didn't work with alcohol, and I have no doubt that the black market will persist when it comes to this. The people who are proponents, though, I don't think have listened quite to our residents, because it isn't really necessarily about whether or not it can be exterminated. If someone wants to exterminate it, it's not likely to happen. But it's about whether or not we, as leadership of the city, are advocates and actually promoting or pushing or marketing this product actively. And so I think that's really where a lot of this whole discussion has been missed. I appreciate, again, the comments of both sides. There are situations right now where youth are exposed to hemp, to very potent hemp products that are sold in smoke shops. And there's no age barrier there for the most part. They can access these CBD products at will. And the other thing is, even if a regulated dispensary, a retail outlet, only sells to adults, we know that there are many young adults that are certainly willing to acquire and then distribute on their own as well. So everyone is looking for a perfection, and I'm not sure the perfection can be found. But here's where I land on this issue for the most part. It has been something that's taken all the oxygen out of the room, certainly for the council. This item has been an obstacle to so many of the priorities that we need to deal with in this city right now. And for that reason, I think it is a good time to remove that obstacle and for us to be able to focus on those streets, the infrastructure, some of the other issues that we have in the city. That really is my primary reason for saying. Plus one other thing, I was a member of the past council, and the one mark of respect that I was asking for my district, now that we represent districts in the city, was that this not be imposed upon my district, that I felt that there was a large contingent in my district that did not want this, was highly opposed to it. And I asked for the courtesy of not requiring those to be placed in my district, and the council ignored that. They still have this requirement, crazy requirement, I think, to make sure that every district has one regardless. So for that reason, for the fact that I think the council before wasn't really listening, not listening well enough to bringing the people along on this item, or listening to the fact that they just want to reject it, want to move on. It's time to erase the blackboard. It's time to move on to other issues, to more pressing issues in the city. And with that, we do have a motion and a second on the floor. If there's any further commentary.
Mr. Mayor, if I may?
Sure.
Yeah, no, so, I mean, the intent wasn't to place one in every district, and it turned out that way, but it was, the ordinance said no more than 3 south of Fullerton and no more than 2 in one district.
But one in each district, at least one.
No,
No
well,
more than
that
two.
wasn't part of the thing. It was just that it was no more than 2 in one and no more than 3 south of Commonwealth. So, I mean, I at least from my part, it was never, it may turn out that way, but the way it was written, it was that way. So, you know.
The way that the ordinance is currently constructed, I have great concerns that it could expand very rapidly based on what we're looking at. And so, again, perhaps somewhere down the road we take up the issue again, but I think we have bigger fish to fry, as they say, and that really is primarily why I'd be in favor of putting this on a back burner somewhere. The problem isn't going to go away. The use of cannabis isn't going to go away. That's still going to be happening. But as far as our agendas, it would be nice to have it go away for some period of time. And with that,
Mr. Mayor, would the maker of the motion entertain my proposal for adding a committee to help counter the illegal dispensaries?
I would entertain a friendly amendment to my motion to establish a committee. Is that right?
Yeah, a committee and from staff and maybe members of the public or however staff want to do it, so that we can come up with some ideas of how to counter and how to properly shut down these illegal dispensaries. Because right now we have no mechanism anymore to do that.
Well, that would require funding, wouldn't you say, sir? The shutting down of dispensaries.
Well, actually, having gone through this as a planning commissioner, I think, I don't know that a committee would necessarily help or supplement, Mr. Folks in that role at all. So I think, if anything, it just adds additional hoops for him to jump through. So I think the reality is, if we really want to kind of empower, the staff to do that, I think we can accomplish that simply by a directive or by a note this evening,
Yeah, I'm fine with the motion as it stands, sir.
And Mr. Jean, could you also include the finding of the exemption or CEQA as well?
Yes. I will include the finding of the exemption to CEQA as well.
So, Madam Clerk, we are prepared for a roll call vote.
Okay, Councilmember Jung.
Aye.
Councilmember Silva.
Nay.
Councilmember Zara.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap.
Aye.
And Mayor Whitaker.
Aye.
Okay, passes 3-2, and if you'll indulge me, I will also read the title of the ordinance while I have the microphone. Okay. This would be ordinance number 3296. It's an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Fullerton, California, repealing ordinance number 3289 that amended titles 3 and 15 of the Fullerton Municipal Code, regulating commercial cannabis businesses citywide, and will add that this ordinance is adopted for first reading.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, just for process, this will be placed on the next agenda as a second reading. Typically, it's done on the consent calendar. The next item, the first one on the regular agenda, was an amendment of that ordinance. I defer to the city attorney because now that is technically moot. Mr. City Attorney?
That item is now moot. No reason to call the item up.
Well, thank everyone. Thank you all for your patience this evening, and we shall move on with the rest of our agenda at this stage.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, the next item is the 2020-21 second quarter financial report and mid-year budget amendments. I do believe that the staff were upstairs awaiting probably something on number 6, so if we can give them a couple minutes to come on down. I do know there is a staff presentation on this, even though there was a majority of this was covered in the February 9th study session. So, but I am sure Ellis and Stephen Avalos are quickly getting all their documents and rushing down.
Mr. Mayor, should we proceed to the number 8 maybe and give them time to come down to 7?
Yes, we will do that. That makes sense without objection.
Technically, yes. So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, this is agenda item number 8. This is the update on the Orange County Power Authority, the OCPA, and discussion of continued membership. On November 2nd, 2020, the City Council adopted an ordinance and resolution which approved the Joint Powers Authority Agreement. Fullerton is a founding member with the cities of Irvine, Lake Forest, and I believe in Buena Park. Council in Huntington Beach. Councilmember Jung is the vice chair of the Orange County Power Authority. The council at the time asked that we bring back a status update, which is contained within the staff report. If there's any questions, myself and or the deputy city manager can come running in also answer it. But we do recommend that the city stay in the Power Authority, and that would be our recommendation.
Yes, there's the original council that elected to have us become a founding member of the Orange County Power Authority was really ahead of the curve on this. It provides great choice to our consumers, savings at little to no risk right now to our city and our residents. So I would move to continue as a member of the Orange County Power Authority, sir.
I will second.
Councilman Zara?
Yeah, I will second that motion. Thank you.
Public comment?
And with that, we would seek public comment on this item at this time.
I think we have one in-person comment, so if you want to make your way to the microphone, we'll hear your comment. And then anybody who'd like to comment via Zoom can start raising their hand online.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for considering this, and I'm highly in favor of the study of the issue, and I'd love to hear a report on how the Power Authority is being implemented and coming along. And I'm in favor of the motion to continue and be a part of this. So, first of all, I'm really, I was so enthusiastic when this was passed back in November, and I was kind of concerned that I thought that, you might withdraw from that. And so, first of all, I want to point out that all the cities of California are subject to the California Law 100 that was passed a few years back that requires that the city have a plan for generating 60% of our energy as renewable by just 10 years from now in 2030, and by 2045 to have 100% renewable. And this is something that we need to do for a variety of reasons. Number one, besides the fact that we need to do it to comply with California law, is that the renewable energy transition is happening, and it's for economic reasons primarily that it's really happening right now. I think, as most of you know, in Fullerton and all over the southern part of the United States, economic reality and energy prices has tipped in favor of renewable energy. So both solar and wind energy are actually less expensive now than all the fossil fuel energy from coal and even oil. And they're really equivalent to the price of gas energy right now. But in the future, I believe, I've seen tremendous economies of scale happening in the solar energy and in wind, and battery technology is coming along, and we expect batteries are going to be much less expensive in the future too, whereas gas will just continue going up. So we're going to be in a position where it'll be a win-win situation for Fullerton, for the city of Fullerton, for the residents to get our energy that way economically. And so, yeah, definitely don't get out of this plan. Continue with the plan with Irvine. The second thing is the global warming science. I think most of you know that we have only about 7 years left to transition the energy
Could
from
you
fossil.
summarize, please?
So
Your
is
time.
that it for time?
It is.
Okay, so that's the bottom line.
Thank
Thanks.
you. And any call-in comments?
Do we have any Zoom callers on item number 8?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I do know that the legal counsel for the Orange County Power Authority is online in case the city council has any questions or an update from his standing. So it's Ryan Barron.
Great.
Brian, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Mayor, honorable council members. I'm Ryan Barron. I'm general counsel to the Orange County Power Authority. I've appeared before you when I was special counsel to the city of Irvine. Brian Probalski, the chief executive officer, is not able to attend with me tonight. He's over in the Lake Forest City Council meeting right now. I'm happy to provide you an update and answer any questions. I'll make it brief. We've been up and running and having 2 meetings a month to get authority business done, from approving contracts with our financial advisors, the hiring of a chief executive officer, the hiring of EES Consulting to continue on with the CCA implementation services, as well as bringing a number of policies to the board, such as customer confidentiality policies, looking at a community advisory committee, and also, a number of other just, basic functions that we need for the Joint Powers Authority, such as, appointing a treasurer and things like that. We're in the process right now of hiring consultants that will assist with portfolio management and buying power, helping to set rates, filing compliance filings at the Public Utilities Commission, scheduling energy through the California Independent System Operator, and then the customer side of the house, which is equally important, and that's the data management and connecting to Southern California Edison system and beginning to roll out customer notifications and enrollment, hiring of a marketing firm to reach out to those customers and ensure they stay with the CCA, et cetera. So there's been a lot of activity going on. We've had interests from cities this year, additional cities such as Aliso Viejo, Laguna Beach, Placentia, and Stanton, Santa Ana, which are all looking to potentially join, which will launch in 2023. So a lot of activity going on. I know we've been having a few long board meetings. We've tried to shorten those up so we could get folks out the door. But very motivated board of directors, and I'm happy to serve the JPA in your city. So if you have any questions, I'd happy to be going to specifics. Thank you.
Thank you for standing by, and I will inquire again if we do have other comments at this time.
Yes, we have one other caller ending in 5136. Please unmute and press *6 to unmute.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Maggie Lee. I've been a Fullerton resident for over 30 years. And I ask each of you to maintain our membership in the OC Power Authority. I think all Fullerton residents and businesses want and deserve a choice of energy providers. and allowing the marketplace and healthy competition to lower our energy bills seems to be the sensible path forward from here. And in addition to the economic benefits, maintaining our membership in the Power Authority will lead to a higher mix of clean energy, which will help clean our air, which is a benefit for everyone. So I thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you.
We have no other Zoom callers.
Okay, with that, then I will bring the conversation back to the council. We did have a motion and a second, correct? All right. With that, I'll call for the vote. Roll call.
Councilmember Jung.
Aye.
Councilmember Silva.
Aye.
Councilmember Zara.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap.
Aye.
And Mayor Whitaker.
Aye.
Passes 5-0.
And as is typical, we keep the finances to the very late hour. And
Oh, you're my human clicker? All right.
Ms. Chang, you're familiar with the MIGO effect, right?
No, I do not know what that is.
With numbers, my eyes glaze over, right?
Oh, yes.
and so especially as the hour gets later, but so it's a good thing we have you to bring some entertainment to this report.
Well, hopefully the slides are a little bit easier to read and not so heavy with numbers this evening.
Thank you.
So good evening, Mayor and City Council. At the February 9th study session, staff presented fiscal year 1920 financial results and city efforts with respect to the COVID-19 community outreach programs, as well as a preview of how the general fund is doing as of mid-year 2021. Next slide, please. So tonight, Stephen Avalos, budget analyst, and I will briefly review how the fiscal year 2021 budget was to be balanced at budget adoption, how the general fund is doing as of mid-fiscal year 2021, and review the internal service funds impacted by budget adjustment requests this evening. We will end with a review of the budget adjustments submitted for consideration tonight, and also end with next budget development steps. Next slide. Oh, thanks. So the fiscal year 2021 general fund budget was adopted with a projected operating deficit, which is revenues less expenditures, of $7.9 million. As of mid-year, general fund is on track to achieve the majority of the budget balancing measures approved at budget adoption. To recap, City Council approved labor reductions of $5.4 million through layoffs, hiring freezes, and negotiated earnings reductions, operating reductions of $1.2 million with the museum closure, reduction of library operating hours, and decreases in other operating costs such as reduced professional service levels. The $6.6 million of reductions is predicated on the museum remaining closed, continued reduction in library hours, and departments managing with reduced staffing for the duration of fiscal year 2021. What this translates to is reduced service levels to the community. With the duration of the health crisis still unknown, the remaining $1.3 million deficit is anticipated to be closed with federal relief and other labor or operating reductions through approximately $800,000 of CARES Act funding to offset substantially dedicated staff time redirected to addressing COVID-19, and approximately $500,000 in other reductions as departments work to hold down additional labor and operating costs in order that general fund contingency reserves not be needed to close fiscal year 2021. It is important to note that with any deviation to program reductions, such as the museum, library, community events, and other programming that does not generate corresponding revenue to offset the reinstated costs, will result in further pressure on the city's ability to operate within the general fund constraints approved by City Council at budget adoption. This may necessitate utilization of contingency reserves in fiscal year 2021. Oh, can you go back to slide 3? Thanks. This theme of holding down costs, which in turn impacts the city's ability to provide many desired services beyond the basics of public safety, public works, and community and economic development, such as health and leisure programming, will carry into budget development for fiscal year 2021. I will turn the presentation over to Steve to review general fund revenues and expenditures as of mid-year 2021. So next slide.
Thank you, Alice. In this slide, we compare how general fund revenues and expenditures are operating as of mid-fiscal year 2021. Through the first half of fiscal year 2021, the general fund has collected revenues of $34.9 million compared to budgeted revenues of $98.2 million, which is about 36% of the budget. It is important to note that general fund revenues are not typically collected in a linear manner, as the city received the majority of its revenues in the second half of the year, such as a large property tax installment in January and the majority of franchise fees in April. General fund expenditures, however, do tend to be more linear in fashion. As the city is a full-service city, we're approximately 70% labor-based, and payroll and invoices are regularly processed. As of mid-fiscal year 2021, general fund expenditures are approximately $45 million compared to budgeted expenditures of $98.2 million, which is about 46% of the budget. In looking at where we are during the midpoint of the year, the budget balancing measures approved by the council at budget adoption appear to be tracking as anticipated. Next slide, Matt. On this next slide, we show a chart comparing the city's major revenues by category through the first half of the year compared to the prior year of the same period. As you know, the major general fund revenues for the city are property and sales tax. As mentioned earlier, property tax is not collected in a linear fashion, and the city receives the majority of its property tax revenues in December, January, and April, May. Through the first half of the year, the property tax revenues are trending in the right direction and are $3.1 million above last year's levels during the same period. This is partially due to $1.7 million residual property tax remittance from the county, but also due to general property tax growth in line with historical trends. At this time, we anticipate that property tax revenues should be received in line with the budget. As mentioned earlier, the fiscal impacts of COVID-19 are still here and remain throughout fiscal year 2021. Staff continues to actively review and monitor sales tax revenue. Compared to last year, sales tax revenues for fiscal year 2021 are slightly below last year's levels of about $400,000, which is not bad news, but also suggests that sales tax is barely sustaining along baseline levels. In other taxes, you'll see a substantial decrease of almost $900,000 from the prior fiscal year, and this is primarily attributed to major declines in TOT revenues. Charges for services are also down from the prior fiscal year, as many of the park and recreation programs are not operating and generating revenues in fiscal year 2021. Staff is continuing monitoring revenues very closely, and should any revenue budget adjustments be needed, we will take these to council at a later date. Next slide, please. On this next slide, we will provide you an overview of the city's internal service funds and how they operate. The internal service funds are internal city funds that support citywide services that benefit the whole organization. These include services such as the city's employee benefits program, workers' compensation and liability claims management, citywide fleet replacement, building maintenance, and information technology services, to name a few. The city has 8 internal service funds, and these funds are supported by projected cost allocations to each department and fund. Each internal service fund has its own unique methodology and can be computed based on claims history, square footage of office space occupied, and number of fleet or equipment, to name a few. Further, as the name internal service implies, cost allocations are intended to support ongoing operations such as staffing and services to administer programs, but also to maintain sufficient reserve levels in certain internal service funds. For example, the liability fund reserves should maintain a certain minimum reserve level to assist the city to pay out potential large claims in any given fiscal year. For vehicle replacement of citywide fleet follows a vehicle replacement schedule, and vehicles purchased will vary from year to year. As such, reserve levels must be sufficiently funded to support all vehicle replacement costs in any given fiscal year. While the city does not have specified reserve policies for these internal service funds, maintaining minimum reserve levels in accordance to recommended levels from our actuarial reports or replacement schedules is what the city currently implements in its practices. Next slide, Matt. On these next few slides, we will discuss the primary internal service funds that have budgetary implications for fiscal year 2021. The Liability Insurance Fund, the Information Technology Fund, and the Vehicle Replacement Fund. The Liability Insurance Fund supports the city's self-insured liability program, in which the city is 100% self-insured. Costs include all liability claims paid out by the city, property and casualty insurance premiums, as well as all other staffing and programmatic costs to administer the program. The program is supported by cost allocations that are charged to different departments and funds. These allocated costs for the Liability Insurance Fund are based on an 80-20% loss experience and loss exposure ratio that is based on claims history, number of vehicles, and employees for all departments. The cost allocation amounts are then computed against a minimum recommended 75% confidence level that is based on the latest actuarial report, which is updated annually, in order to have sufficient reserve levels to have the capacity to pay projected claims exposure in any given fiscal year. However, our actuarial report actually recommends that we be funded at an 80-85% confidence level. But again, we are currently at a 75% level to contain general fund costs. The Information Technology Fund is an internal service fund that supports the management of the city's information technology or IT services, infrastructure, and computer systems. In this fund, this supports the city's network server, storage and maintenance, citywide software support and licenses, and maintenance and replacement of all city computers and hardware, to name a few. The cost allocations are based on total IT operating costs and total PC inventory by department and fund. Over the last few years, the city's IT infrastructure and services has been identified critical area of need for the city, and additional resources have been allocated to the city's IT program. The city's IT needs have continued into fiscal year 2021, which we'll discuss in a bit. The Vehicle Replacement Fund is the city's internal service fund that supports the regular replacement of citywide vehicles and major equipment that have reached the end of their useful lives. This fund's operation is cost allocated to departments in accordance to a vehicle replacement schedule maintained by Public Works and is based on the number of vehicles each department has, useful life of each vehicle, and projected future costs or inflationary factors of replacing each vehicle. Similar to the liability fund, this fund must maintain sufficient reserve levels to purchase any number of vehicles in any given fiscal year. As mentioned earlier, the city does not have formal reserve policies for its internal service funds. Staff is currently reviewing all internal service funds and specifically looking at best practices for recommended reserve levels for these type of funds. It isn't the intent to move towards implementing best practices and ensuring being consistent in application of these practices, while also being mindful of the city's financial state and the need to preserve key city functions and resources. And this leads us to the fiscal year 2021 mid-year budget amendments. Next slide, please. As part of the mid-year review, staff also reviews any significant fiscal issues and budget amendment needs, and budget amendment requests may be presented to the City Council for your consideration to approve at the mid-year budget report. For fiscal year 2021, there are necessary budget amendments being requested for approval, which include both transfers and additional budget appropriations to the Liability and Information Technology Funds. In fiscal year 2021, the city experienced increased insurance premium costs and claims paid out above what was anticipated at budget adoption. The Liability Fund has sufficient working capital in fiscal year 2021 to cover these increases. As such, a budget adjustment request to increase the Liability Fund by $2.5 million is being requested. Since this is an increase to the Internal Service Fund working capital, these one-time increases will need to be recovered in fiscal year 21-22 through increasing the cost allocations to all departments. As the city continues its investment in remediation of its information technology operations, an additional budget request of $550,000 is also being requested to cover the cost of continued remediation, infrastructure improvements, and staff augmentation services to support efforts through the end of the fiscal year in order to avoid disruption of critical IT services for the city. As the IT fund does not have sufficient working capital to cover the costs of this additional budget request, a corresponding budget transfer is also being requested. This will result in a transfer out of $0.5 million from the general fund, as well as smaller transfer amounts from the other funds that contribute to this fund. This will lower the city's unassigned fund balance for the general fund, which Alice will discuss later. Lastly, staff is currently conducting a review of the equipment replacement program, which is operated through the Vehicle Replacement Fund. As part of this review, staff is assessing how best to pay for vehicle replacements, including heavy fire apparatus and the purchase of a fire ladder truck, estimated at $1.6 million. It is anticipated that staff will complete its review soon and present an update, and any appropriations requests will be requested in March. And now I will hand the presentation back to Alice for further discussion of the general fund and fund balances.
Next slide, please. Okay, so as mentioned earlier, the general fund is anticipated to end fiscal year 2021 with revenues equaling expenditures. So essentially, how will the general fund absorb the additional budget amendment request to transfer the $500,000 from the general fund to the IT fund? As mentioned during the February 9th study session, the general fund ended fiscal year 1920 with an unassigned general fund balance of about $200,000. With anticipated receipt of about $300,000 from the Traffic Safety Fund to be transferred to the general fund at year end, this combined $500,000 should be sufficient to offset the required general fund contribution to support information technology needs through the end of the current fiscal year. The designated use of the $200,000 available unassigned fund balance reduces the general fund balance from $18.1 million to $17.9 million. This adjusted fiscal year 2021 fund balance of $17.9 million is the basis for projecting ending as unassigned fund balance at the end of this current fiscal year. Using the same non-spendable, restricted, assigned balances that the general fund ended fiscal year 1920 with, as estimates in this projected ending fund balance, and assuming no net change in fund balance this year, it is anticipated that the general fund should end with an unassigned fund balance in the range of plus or minus $100,000. Next slide, please. So budget development will occur between now and April. Budget development will incorporate changes to user fees, cost allocation plan implementation, and results of the fiscal sustainability study. In April and May, separate budget study sessions will be conducted to provide City Council with updated financial forecast and review of the proposed fiscal year 21-22 budget in advance of formal adoption by City Council at the June 1st City Council meeting. Next slide. So it is recommended that the City Council receive and file the second quarter financial report for fiscal year 2021 and approve fiscal year 2021 mid-year budget amendments. And with that, next slide, staff is available for any questions.
Thank you for the reports. I thought the graphics were very clear on this, and
Actually,
Still has
to that
comments?
point, and along with the Amigo syndrome that you discussed earlier,
Yep.
I did have one question. It seems like, I think to go back, and this was Mr. Avalos presented I think it was the budget to actual on, some of the Q2 figures, and I just wanted to confirm, because there's quite a pronounced variance, and I think that it was actually, I just wanted to confirm that I saw correctly, that was actually comparing an annual figure to a quarterly figure. Well, there was actually another column as well where there was, I think, year over year, and I just wanted to confirm.
Yeah, the
that
slides
was
for the general fund revenues and expenditures, I don't remember the exact number of the slides, but it's total annual budget compared to mid-year.
Okay.
So through about December.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's why there's such a huge gap. So.
Well, that being the case, Sorry. That being the case, it appeared to me that things are tracking quite well, and I've got to say there have been yeoman efforts here in order to try to bring in this budget, at least at this stage of this lockdown year. I know we've had pretty big hits to key revenue, certainly TOT, sales tax is of great concern, but property tax has been doing quite well. There may well be more than a ripple at the back end of this, as we all know. But I do applaud the efforts at this point. But also, this is more tangible. There's the intangible side as well, which is reduced service levels, deferred maintenance, items that aren't receiving the type of attention that we'd like if we were a little more well-heeled right now. And I do want to get any more comment from the council, but we need to ask for public comment as well. So is there anything prior to that? All right. With that, I would solicit public comment on this item. We want to hear from anyone who wishes to speak to this.
I have no requests to speak in person, and I don't see anybody rushing the microphone here in chambers. So we'll check and see if we have any Zoom callers.
We have one Zoom caller, Jane Rands. Please unmute.
Thank you, Susanna. This is Jane. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Appreciate the work you're doing tonight. I do have a concern that the library and the museum center continue to take it in the shorts. The library never had their funding restored from the economic decline of 2008. And in the meantime, I'm also a little curious. I know our police budget hasn't had anything shaved off, and I believe that the IT funds are going to the police as well. It was explained to me that's why they had an increase when this budget was initially approved back in July or in June. And I'm just wondering if if anyone has taken any effort or had the time, I know it's a new council, to look at how we can restore really the minuscule amounts that are needed to fund our library and the museum center. I believe the library just needs $500,000, and that's sort of a drop in the bucket compared to what we're spending on safety. Does anybody have, I'd just like to encourage you to look at that, if not now in this mid-year state, but as you move towards looking at the new budget for the next fiscal year, to please consider recovering those funds to the library and maybe finding some places to cut that to do that and making that a priority. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. And with that, we will bring the discussion back to the council.
I'll move the item.
Okay. Item moved and seconded, and I think that the caller did identify something that will be quite a challenge for us. Recently, we did have the discussion involving the museum, and we're going to have to beat the bushes somewhere to see if there's any way to provide that relief. The library as well. And with that, roll call vote.
Councilmember Jung?
Aye.
Councilmember Silva?
Aye.
Councilmember Zara?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap?
Aye.
And Mayor Whitaker?
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
Oh, that's right. We do have item 1 on the consent calendar.
This is Ms. Rifer pulled it. Is she still around?
That would be the minutes, yes.
Do we still have anyone on Zoom to speak on item 1?
Yes, Ms. Rifer is. Jane Rifer, please unmute.
Great. Hello again, Mayor and council members.
Good evening.
Good evening, or almost morning. I wanted to ask about the public comment section in the minutes on February 2nd from the closed session where it says public comments none, and that's incorrect. There were public comments. I happen to know that at least I was not able to give my public comment it wasn't announced that I was on the Zoom line, and it wasn't given to you, and so I was not able to make it, although there were people who had public comments. So I'd like that to somehow be included. There was also, this is when I spoke under public comments at the open section, it says that I spoke about sale of city properties. I also mentioned that I wasn't able to give my closed session public comment, and I spoke again about the glitches that happen for the public to be able to give their comments in various different commissions and so forth, and also about the public process that allows things to come to council that have never gone to their overseeing committees. So that is, I guess, a little bit less important to summarize my comments under that, but I really do want to make note of the fact that there were public comments. There were comments that were tried to be made from the public during closed session that weren't able to be made. I think I know what the solution is, what the problem was and how that happened, but I was given reasons like the mayor forgot to ask for public comments, various different things that were not the case. So I just think that things are slipping through the cracks. Everybody appreciates the city council and the opportunities to give input, but when they fall through the cracks, earlier tonight I did ask, who should I speak with about this? How can we have fewer things slip through the cracks? And I still don't know who I should speak with. And if you're getting tired of hearing me talk about this, I'm also tired of relaying these messages, but I keep doing it because I know it can't only be me that's not able to get comments heard. So please, again, if we can answer that question, how we can change this. Thank you.
Well, it's an interesting comment here in terms of accuracy of our minutes, and I don't know whether you followed those instructions very well, Madam Clerk.
Would you like me to update the minutes with her comments?
Well, my understanding is that there were some warts here, whether it be my dropping the ball or someone getting stranded out there and not being answered. Mm-hmm. And so I think what the request is to have the minutes reflect the reality of that. Now, I understand that's pretty non-standard, but I think that there has been a great deal of frustration over this, and sometimes to paper over that does leave some people very frustrated. So first of all, you probably have never dealt with anything like that, right?
No, this is unprecedented for just about everyone, I think. So, but it's your minutes. We can put in what you like. So.
Well, I don't really have a handle on specifics when it comes to that. Yeah. So that's why we do rely on staff to come up with the best minutes possible, and I believe that's probably been done here under the circumstances.
Mr. Mayor, on that, I wonder from the city attorney, so it sounds like the public comments were not actually made, so they technically weren't public comments, but they may have been e-comments submitted, or just they got lost in some of our technical issues, and I don't know how we respond to that other than, we are continually trying to correct the system and sometimes, unfortunately, take a pause to fix the system.
Well, as regards the lack of comment, all you can do is make a notation within the minutes saying you received a communication indicating they attempted to make communication. But beyond that, you can't really reflect what somebody didn't say, so you really can't add comments at this stage of the game.
No, I understand. But I think it's an important conversation for us to have, and I think in some ways it's a reasonable request, but maybe not something we can really accommodate at this stage. As it is, we're just trying to keep our head above water when it comes to the electronic side of these Zoom meetings at this point.
And Mr. Mayor, members of council, just so you guys know, so before the meetings, if we're here on a Monday, it was a holiday, but on a Tuesday today, we do go through tests. So we have people call in and staff log on different ways. So we're trying to make sure that the system is sound, and so we won't have glitches. Glitches, unfortunately, like tonight, occurred, and we learned that you can't trigger that and then not trigger it back, because then you don't get the phone calls and the audio. So now we know that. So we are trying our best. We do believe that the Zoom system, which is allowing the phone in is great. We know that sometimes there is some user error, like Galaxy 19 or J9 or something, who J7 finally got through or did not. So, so we are trying and we endeavor, because I think we're doing as a community and as a city council far better than a lot of the other cities are doing. Earlier, there was a question about the committees and commissions and all that stuff. I will put together an email to send to council on that issue and answer those questions through that. So,
Well, thank you. And we certainly experience problems and hiccups and drops and whatever with other meetings, with other agencies and groups that we deal with as well. So I guess none of us is perfect. I certainly will plead guilty to that as well. Well, with that, we are completed this evening.
We need a motion to approve the minutes then.
Oh.
I'll move the item.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Jung.
Aye.
Councilmember Silva. Aye. Councilmember Zara.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap.
Aye.
And Mayor Whitaker.
Aye.
Unanimous.
Good catch, Mr. Attorney. We are adjourned until our next regular meeting on March 2nd, 2021.